Great. Let us get started with the next section. And in the first lecture, we are going to talk about the basic definition of cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is the practice of defending computers, servers, mobile devices, electronic systems, networks, and data from malicious attacks that often hackers are trying to breach. It's also known as information technology security or electronic information security. Again, this term of cybersecurity applies in a variety of contexts from business to mobile computing, and it can be divided into a few common categories like network security, application security, information security, operational security, disaster recovery and business continuity, and user education. Now, as I said, the global threat continues to evolve at a rapid pace with a rising number of data breaches per year. Now, medical devices, retailers, and even public entities have experienced cyber attacks, and that is why we need cybersecurity. Another alternate definition of cybersecurity can be it is the application of technologies, processes, and controls to protect the systems, networks, programs, devices, and data from cyber attacks. It's like protecting something from something. So, cyber security is protection of computer systems, of hardware from malicious attacks. Now, people often get confused with information security and cybersecurity because they think that both the terms are exactly same. Well, today I would like to tell you that these terms are not at all same. Cybersecurity focuses on protecting the computer systems from unauthorized access, whereas information security is a broader category that looks to protect all the information assets. It can be digital copies of something, let's say video lectures or documents. It can be human resources. It can be monetary assets. It can be the employee's identity. It can be physical security. So everything that is falls under the category of information security. So we can say that cybersecurity is a part of information security, but information security is a much broader category. So if anyone asks you the difference between a cybersecurity and information security, make sure that you understand this difference properly. And due to the rise of information security, cybersecurity is also on the front line. So to have a quick recap of this lecture, cybersecurity is basically the application of technologies to defend the computer systems. It can be servers, they can be mobile electronic devices like your own laptop, your company's laptop, or your own mobile from the malicious attacks. And information security is a much broader category. So this is the difference, and this is the basic definition of cybersecurity, which you can see on the screen. Great. I hope you have understood the definition of cybersecurity. If you still have any doubts, please feel free to ask us in the Q&A portion. In the next lecture, we are going to talk about the different types of cybersecurity. And the first one is going to be the network security. In the last lecture, we talked about the definition of cybersecurity. Now let us have a look at the different types of cybersecurity. Well, what is network security? The first type is network security. We all use internet today, right? Even you are watching this online course using the internet. Internet works as a network of different protocols. It is a combination of small networks and everything. In order to protect the network from cyber attacks, network security is in picture. So network security comprises of different security protocols like the IPsec protocol, which is very common. It again makes use of encryption and decryption, that is the cryptography, digital certificates, user account management, SSL protocol, TLS, VPNs, all this comes under the network security. So the domain which looks after the security of networks is known as network security. Next is application security. Now, many people, including us, use different applications. You use mobile applications, you use different apps, whether it is Mac or Mac iOS or Android, whether it is Windows application or a device. So every application also needs to be secured. If you're using an e-learning app, that e-learning app is going to store your data. So in order to protect that data, the application must be protected. So application security basically deals with all the factors that are required for an application to be completely secure, and which can help to secure the data of people or the users. Next is system security, which is like operating systems or firewalls or antivirus. Now, many of the employees will have a great amount of network and different operating systems in their company. So in order to protect those laptops or protect those devices, systems security is used. Physical security, as we had already discussed in the last couple of lectures, physical security deals with checking if the security guard is in place, or are the data centers properly protected, is access control mechanism properly installed, are the clean desk and clear screen policies being implemented in the organization. So all this comes under the domain of physical security. Next is personal security, wherein identity access management is one of the major areas into picture. So whether the employees are you using the systems properly, if they are using properly, what is the password management policy, how well is the account of the users being managed, this comes under the personal security. Organizational security, so in which business continuity management is one of the important factors. How organization is trying to protect its asset, whether the regular audits are being carried out, in what way the organization is implementing the security controls. All these questions are answered in organizational security. Then comes secure code development. Now this practice has been recently gained momentum, because what developers earlier used to do is they just used to develop a random software using the code, but again the code has to go through the quality checking process, the testing process, again alter the code to make it more secure. So this secure code development makes the code more secure right from the beginning. So secure code development is therefore directly related to the application security here. And last is cloud security. We all know that cloud has gained momentum in the last decade. So cloud security is very important, because most of the people have now started saving their documents, their data, their photos, their videos, everything on cloud. So that cloud must also be protected, right? That is why Google Drive, Azure, Amazon Web Services have large teams of professionals in the cloud development model to specifically secure the cloud. Now, these are just the types which I've just told you as a basic introduction, but again, there are many other types of securities. For example, asset security, asset management, again, financial security, monetary security. So all these securities are also into picture, but for this course, you just need to have the basic idea of these types of security. Great. In the next lecture, we'll go through the history of cybersecurity. We'll understand how this cybersecurity word got formed and when exactly did it start to have the security need for organizations right now. Great. Keep the momentum going. I will see you in the next lecture. It's interesting enough to understand the history of cybersecurity, because security has come a very long way over the past half century. Starting out as a bit of practical joke between our colleagues back in 1960s, the steady rise of technology in the years that have followed now has made information security a huge issue. Even large companies that you may be knowing, like Yahoo, Microsoft, and Google, have each been targeted by hackers in the past decade. Plus, while cyber safety has improved hugely over the years, we all know one of a very important cyber attack, that is 2017's WannaCry cyber attack, proved that it is not just information security that has evolved over the years, but even hackers and computer viruses have too. Well, 1960s, it was during the 1960s when organizations first started to become more protective of their information systems. They started to think about how they can protect the data, how they can, protect these systems from external attacks. During this time, there was no internet or network to worry about. So, security was largely focused more on physical measures and preventing access to people with enough knowledge about how to work a computer. In order to do this, in 1960s, passwords and multiple layers of security protection were added to the devices. First, the safety measures were also implemented to ensure that the stored data was protected. After all, there was no iCloud available back in those days, so computers had to be secured by different means. 1970s saw the Creeper program. Now, cybersecurity's history began with a research project in the 1970s on what was then known as the ARPANET, that is the Advanced Research Projects Agency Network. A researcher named Bob Thomas created a computer program which was able to move the ARPANET's network, leaving a small trail wherever it went. He named that program as the Creeper program because of its printed message that was left like, "I am the creeper, catch me if you can." Then Ray Tomlinson, that is the man who invented the email, later designed the program which took Creeper to the next level, making it the self-replicating and the first ever computer worm. Now, Thomas and Tomlinson's programs may have been designed as a bit of mess around, but again, they actually served a highly important purpose, revealing a number of flaws in the ARPANET. 1980s, the world of internet. Now, over the years that followed, computers started to become more and more connected. The computer viruses also became an issue as they also changed to advanced technologies. The Russians, for example, began using cyber power as a weapon. No offense to Russia, it's just the history that I'm telling you. So when it comes to the Russians, again, along with Russians, even German computer hacker Marcus Hess used to steal the US military secrets. 2 years later, in 1988, the birth of the world famous Morris worm, if I'm right. It's Morris worm. Morris worm was one of the major turning points in the history of information security. Network usage began to expand rapidly, and more universities, militaries, and governments became connected to it. That meant that the security measures required had to gradually become more expensive as well. Now, the Morris worm, which is named after its inventor Robert Morris, the worm was designed to propagate across network, infiltrate the terminals using a known bug, and then copy itself. However, its ability to self-replicate would be its downfall, as worms replicated so aggressively that it rendered the targeted computers inoperable and slowed the internet to a crawling pace. Now, this Morris worm led to the formation of Computer Emergency Response Team, that is the CERT, in order to prevent further issues and cyber attacks. 1990s saw the rise of firewalls. Now, with the internet becoming available to the public, more and more people began putting their personal information online. Because of this, organized crime entities saw this as a potential source of revenue and started to steal data from people and the governments through the internet. By the middle of the 90s, network security threats had increased exponentially, and firewalls and antivirus programs had to be produced on a mass basis to protect the public. It was a NASA researcher who created the very first firewall program following a computer virus attack at the California base. The researcher and their team created a virtual firewall which they modeled on the physical structures that prevent the spread of actual fires within the buildings or structures. In 2000, it's going backwards. Okay. In 2000, security laws were introduced. So governments began to clamp down on the criminality of hacking, giving much more serious sentences to those hackers. Information security continued to advance as the internet grew, but unfortunately the viruses were also growing. Hackers quickly became able to create viruses that could not they could not only target the specific organizations, but they again targeted the whole cities, states, and even continents as well. 2010 was the era of major breaches. So in 2013, Edward Snowden, a former CIA employee and a contractor for the US government, copied and leaked the classified information from the National Security Agency. So that was one major breach. In 2014, the Yahoo incident was very famous. Yahoo was attacked and the total revenue decreased by around $350 million, if I'm not wrong. And 2017 was WannaCry attack, which is very popular. If you ask anyone about WannaCry attack, it's very famous. WannaCry targeted computers running the Microsoft Windows operating system and demanded ransom payments in the Bitcoin cryptocurrency. In only one day, the worm infected over 100,000 computers across 150 countries. And they demanded a huge ransom. So while each of these data breaches were incredibly severe, thankfully a number of companies exist to offer solutions. So it's not at all bad. It was just a history of security. However, on a more personal level, it is vital for you to understand why security is important, and that is why I wanted to give you an overview of history of cybersecurity. Just imagine yourself in 1990s where there were no security people, where there were no firewalls or people who were expert in security. If you lost something, just consider it's gone. But today, there are many tools and techniques through which you can even recover the lost files. So this was the history of cybersecurity. In the next lecture, we are going to talk about the key terms that you need to understand before you move ahead in the course. We are going to discuss a lot of terms, so stay tuned and keep the momentum going. I will see you in the next lecture. So before we move ahead, it is important for you to understand the different terms involved in cybersecurity. So the first is information security. We have already discussed this term, but let's have a quick recap. Information security covers the broader aspect of all the assets, whether it is a hardware or a software or human resources or assets. It covers everything what needs to be protected. The next is risk management. Risk management is a procedure which is used to identify risks and threats in the organization which can disrupt the normal processing of the organization. And then various risk treatment procedures are applied to mitigate the risk. That comes under the process of risk management. Confidentiality. Confidentiality is a measure which is used to prevent the data from having access to unauthorized persons. So confidential means something that only restricted people can access or see. Integrity is something that the data should not be altered when it is being sent from one sender to the receiver. So integrity checks if the data that is being sent and the data that is being received is same or not. Availability makes sure that the data or information or assets or anything and which comes under information and asset is available to the required people when and wherever it is necessary. Threat is something which can harm the reputation of organization, or it can disrupt the normal processing of the organizational services. Vulnerability is a weakness in the organization or a weakness or a flaw in the system through which the attackers can gain the access to the internal systems, and then they can cause the different attacks. For example, let's say you have a house, you have a bungalow, you have two gates. The first is the front gate and another is a back gate. Front gate has a security guard installed, but the back gate does not have a security guard, neither a security camera. So the back gate is a vulnerability for your house because the thief can come into your house not through the front gate, but he can definitely come through the back gate. Attack is an incident which happens in the organization in order to cause harm to the reputation or which causes a negative impact on the organization. Firewalls are programs specifically designed which are installed on softwares as well as hardwares to assess the incoming packets through the internet and allow or restrict the packets entering into the network. Cryptography is the process through which the CIA triad of information security is maintained. So cryptography is used to see whether the system is following confidentiality, whether the data is not altered, whether it follows integrity, and the data is available when and where it is needed. Encryption and decryption is the process through which confidentiality, integrity, and availability is achieved. We are going to see encryption and decryption in upcoming sections as well. Hashing is the process of converting input thing. It can be a text, it can be a document, it can be an image into a specified output of a fixed length. So, it is a string of random alphabets used to check the integrity of the original input. Virtual private network is a kind of network where people use it to access to the informational assets when they are working remotely, or anyone who wants to access the organization's resources but are not in the organizations use this virtual private network, which is a secured network which uses secured protocols as if the people are in the organization itself. Ransomware is a kind of malware. When attacked, the hackers ask for a specific ransom, a specific amount of money in order to delete the virus or in order to give the system back to its owner. Hacker, as we are going to see in detail in the next section, hacker is any person who has exceptional computer skills and knowledge of networking and then operating systems and programming language, who can then use those skills to break into the system. So not necessarily hacker is a bad guy. There are three different types of hackers. White hat hacker, which is a good guy who works for the organization. A black hat hacker, which is a very bad guy. And a gray hat hacker who works according to his own thinking. Phishing is an attack, a social engineering attack done on people who have no knowledge of security. It is the process in which attacker gains the credentials from the users by talking. It's kind of a sweet talking. Attackers or hackers talk in such a way that people automatically reveal their information to the attackers. cloud computing, or it's not cloud actually, it's cloud security or cloud computing. Okay, cloud has nowadays become very popular. It's a kind of a storage data where many people have started migrating to cloud technologies because it provides a much more broader aspect of processing the information, and again a major advantage of security and space of storage. Access control. Access control is a mechanism through which access is restricted to users. It is a process through which organizations assign different roles, different accesses to their employees. Identity management, as we discussed in the career part, identity management deals with the identities of user, identities of their employees, and how the identities can be protected from the malicious attacks, and who has the proper access according to the identity. Again, certifications are very important when it comes to cybersecurity. People have more certifications than they have their basic degrees. So certifications do play an important role. There are many certifications like Certified Ethical Hacker, then Certified Information Systems Auditor, CISSP, Security Plus, and it's like leveraging. You have a leverage when it comes to certifications. You have knowledge as compared to other individuals. Authentication is a process by which we check whether the person who is trying to access the system is really the person who he or she is claiming to be. So let's say if you are XYZ and if you are accessing a particular resource, so you have to prove that you are XYZ. So there are different authentication factors like login IDs, passwords, or there are like fingerprints, biometric modules. So this is the process of authentication, is the process of basically proving your identity. Antivirus is a software which is used to counter the various malwares that enter into your system. So antivirus is a software. It is only installed. It is only a software. It cannot be installed on routers. It just meant for laptops and desktops. So antivirus is used to tackle the adwares, spywares, malwares, trojans, and everything. Great job. Now that you have understood the basic terminologies, in the next lecture, we will talk about the vulnerability assessment procedure that many penetration testers follow. So if you are really interested in getting known to the ethical hacking part, you should not skip this lecture. I will see you in the next lecture. All right. In the last lecture, we talked about the different vulnerability terms and different cybersecurity terms that you should be aware of. In this lecture, we are going to talk about a very common term that most of you must have heard, and that is vulnerability assessment. A vulnerability assessment is a systematic review of the security weaknesses in an information system. It evaluates if the system is susceptible to any known vulnerabilities and assigns the severity levels to those vulnerabilities, and then recommends the remediation or mitigation, whatever is necessary. In simple words, it is a process of identifying, quantifying, and prioritizing the vulnerabilities in a system. Now, why you need to do a vulnerability assessment? So examples of threat, let's say, that can be prevented by doing such assessment can be SQL injection or cross-site scripting or code injection attacks. If you're completely new to these terms, I would say do not worry, because in the later part of this course, we are going to see all of these terms. Again, if there are any threats related to escalation of privileges due to faulty authentication mechanisms, even that can be identified with the help of a vulnerability assessment. So vulnerability assessments are typically performed in the following steps. First, the vulnerability assessor. Now, who is a vulnerability assessor? Obviously, the person who has a good knowledge of hacking. So he is a hacker, right? But is he or she a bad hacker? No. The person who performs a vulnerability assessment is known as a penetration tester or an ethical hacker. So first is cataloging the assets and capabilities in a system. what all resources are present in the system, which resources are more vulnerable to the outside world. All these things are first noted down. Then the vulnerability assessor assigns quantifiable value and importance to those resources. For example, identities of users is topmost importance, right? Whereas a file which can be obtained, let's say a free PDF file which can be obtained through 3 or 4 traversals on the website, is not that important because it is already available on the internet for free. So in such cases, the quantifiable value is assigned to various resources. The next step is the penetration tester or the ethical hacker identifies the vulnerabilities or the potential threats to each of the resources. Now, the security scanning process consists of 4 basic steps. The first is testing, second is analysis, third is assessment, and fourth is remediation. That is mitigating or eliminating the most serious vulnerabilities for the most valuable resources first. Now, when it comes to vulnerability identification, the objective of this step is to draft a comprehensive list of all the application's security vulnerabilities. Now, security analysts test the security health of the applications, servers, or other systems by scanning them with the automated tools that are already available in the market. Next is vulnerability analysis. The objective of vulnerability analysis step is to identify the source and the root cause of vulnerabilities. For example, if you do not eliminate a cause from its root, obviously there are going to be consequences even after removing some part of the vulnerability. And the third step is risk assessment. So the objective of risk assessment is to prioritize the vulnerabilities. As I said, assigning the quantifiable value comes under risk assessment. The next step is remediation, which is the fourth step here. The objective of this step is the closing of security gaps. It's typically a joint effort by the security staff of the organization, the development and the operations team, who determine the most effective path for the remediation and mitigation of each vulnerability. It can include the introduction of new security procedures, implementing new security measures, and introducing the staff to the new security tools in the market. It can also include updation of all the operational packages and patches, and development and implementation of a patch vulnerability. So, vulnerability assessment cannot be one-off activity. So it's like you cannot do the activity once in a year and the rest of the year is you are risk-free. It's not like that. Organizations who really care about their assets carry out vulnerability assessments at least once in a month. Now, there are some organizations which have inside vulnerability assessment, and there are some organizations who hire people to do the job for them. For example, let's say PQR is a company whose main focus is to provide IT service management facilities like development and developing more applications, databases, etc. Now for them, it is not necessary to have an inbuilt penetration testing or a vulnerability assessment staff. So what do is they hire ethical hackers and carry out the vulnerability assessment either for their clients or for their own database. But if a company is large enough, let's say like Amazon or even Oracle, they have their own security department in which these analysts are working day and night to prevent such vulnerabilities. So in this case, it is the process of identifying the risks and the computers in the network vulnerabilities and other parts of the IT ecosystem. Now, one of the most important question is why these assessments are important, or should organizations really focus much time on these assessments? The answer to this question is obviously yes. Early and consistent identification of the threats and the weaknesses in the IT security will obviously help the organization in patching those vulnerabilities instead of getting it exploited. And most cybersecurity compliance and regulatory needs satisfy when the tests or assessments are made. In this way, vulnerability assessments are carried out, and even during security audits, the auditors ask for these reports. So if you are working in an organization in the security department, make sure that the organizations carry out vulnerability assessments and take this very seriously. Now, the reason behind most of the data breaches is many organizations ignore the monthly vulnerability assessments. Either some organizations do it bi-yearly, that is 2 times in a year, or quarterly. But according to many security consultants and experts, vulnerability assessment is a regular process. It is not a one-time process. So every month there must be at least one vulnerability assessment of the organization. So on this note, we will end this lecture. In the next lecture, we will talk about the importance of vulnerability assessment. Although I have explained you the importance of vulnerability assessment in this lecture, in next lecture, we'll see in much more detail. All right, keep the momentum going. I will see you in the next lecture. Let us have a look at the importance of vulnerability assessments. Yes, it is important for the security of the organization, but again, I would like to ask the question, why? Security researchers, bug bounty programs, and product vendors are discovering and reporting new vulnerabilities daily. Now, these vulnerabilities are frequently caused by either coding errors or by security misconfigurations. Now, coding errors include the failure to check the user input, which allows the attackers to improperly access the system memory or data. Well, you must be curious how this happens, so we are going to see in the ethical hacking section. Now, WannaCry attack, which we had discussed in the history of cybersecurity part, if you remember, it was a massive ransomware attack affecting organizations around the globe, and it targeted the Eternal Blue vulnerability, which was first reported on April 14, 2017, before being used in WannaCry attack in May 12. So within a span of 1 month, almost all these organizations did have the time to patch the vulnerability, right? But did they patch the vulnerability? No. And on May 12, the attack was carried out and hundreds and thousands of computers were compromised. That is why a vulnerability assessment informs organizations on the weaknesses present in their environment. It provides a way to detect and resolve the security problems by ranking the vulnerabilities before someone can exploit them. So that is what I was saying in the last lecture, is that the organizations hire experts, third-party experts, to identify the weaknesses for them so that a bad actor won't identify. For organizations seeking to reduce their security risk, a vulnerability assessment is a good place to start. Operating systems are there, networks are there, the applications are there. So these are scanned in order to identify the root of vulnerabilities, which can be found out by different ethical hackers and a team of security experts. Again, it also helps in identifying the threats and weaknesses at the earliest. As I said, on May 12th, the first vulnerability, on April 14th, the first WannaCry vulnerability, that is Eternal Blue, was identified. And after that, after almost a span of 1 month, the entire attack of WannaCry was carried out. So if those organizations who already patched the vulnerabilities after it was reported was saved from the attack, but those who didn't failed, and therefore their systems got compromised. Vulnerability assessments does provide a thorough, inclusive assessment of hardware and software assets, identifying different vulnerabilities, and it provides the different risk score for each vulnerability. Now, a regular assessment program assists organizations with managing their risk in the face of an ever-evolving threat environment, identifying and scoring vulnerabilities so that attackers do not catch the organizations unprepared. That is why a VA report or a vulnerability assessment is very important. In the next lecture, we are going to talk about the 10 steps of vulnerability assessment which you need to keep in your mind Because if anyone asks you during your interviews, or if you're saying you have done cybersecurity, you must understand the 10 basic steps of vulnerability assessment. All right, keep the momentum going. I will see you in the next lecture. All right. In the last lecture, we talked about the importance of VA, and now let us have a look at the first step of vulnerability assessment. So the first step is to have a legal documentation. You cannot just randomly go and start performing a vulnerability assessment. You first need to seek proper authorization from the owner, because compromising or attacking a system without prior authorization is a crime. So do not carry out random tests on different organizations' websites. First, seek proper authorization and then only move ahead in performing a proper VA. The next step, that is the second step, is to identify the scope. Now, there are some websites who have different domains. For example, let us consider Apple's website. One domain can be about MacBook, another domain of the website describes about iWatch, another domain can be about iPad. So first you need to identify the scope of vulnerability assessment, because you may think this is just a small step, but actually it takes a lot of efforts. It takes many days to carry out a single penetration test or a vulnerability assessment. In penetration testing, you identify the vulnerabilities and then try to exploit and gain the access. When it comes to VA, you just identify the vulnerabilities and report it. So you have to first get yourself clear with the scope. If the owner says no, you cannot scan domain 3 and domain 4, then you should not go for it. Okay, so you first must decide the scope of the assessment. The next is information assessment. Those who are very experienced when it comes to ethical hacking or VAPT always find out the information related to the scope. You cannot just start using random tools and then carry out a test. Those are script kiddies who just use the tools and start performing assessment. You first have to find out the proper knowledge when it comes to information assessment. So if you're trying to ask a girl or a boy for a date, you first find out the information, right? Where he or she lives, what is his or her favorite color, favorite food, right? You don't just ask the person on a date. So you first find out the information. No offense to people, I was just trying to give an analogy for you. Okay, the fourth step is vulnerability assessment. After you have decided the scope, after you have find out the information, now is the time to perform a proper vulnerability assessment in which you identify the different vulnerabilities. The fifth is penetration testing. As I said, when you are done with VA, you have to check whether those bugs really exist or not. Now, when it comes to a proper professional vulnerability assessment, it is not possible to do the entire VA manually. Okay, so you use automated tools like Nessus, Acunetics, OWASP, Zap Proxy, Burp Suite tools. So all these tools are automated vulnerability scanners which scan the website automatically and then give you the vulnerabilities. All right, but again, it is your job to test whether the vulnerabilities are present or not. So in that way, penetration testing comes into picture, where the attacker or where the hacker, the ethical hacker specifically, manually checks for each and every vulnerability present on the system. The sixth is gaining access. Now that you have got the information, you have exploited the bugs, it's time to gain the access. So gaining access is very important, because if you are able to gain access, then there is point in reporting that vulnerability. So if you're getting any access, whether it is an admin level access or executive level access, you have to gain the access. Next is privilege escalation. Now let's say you are an attacker, you are an ethical hacker, and you are not a signed in member of the website, educational website. Let's say xyz.com is an educational website and you are an external pen tester hired to test the website. You don't have an account on the website, but now that you have performed a penetration test, you're able to get the access of a student who has enrolled in some courses. So that is gaining access fees. Once you have the access of student, you again test for bugs which will give you the access of the administrator. And if you are able to get the access of administrator, then that is known as privilege escalation. Once you perform the privilege escalation and once you have identified all the bugs present in the system, it can be SQL injection, it can be database exploitation, it can be cross-site scripting attack, it can be brute forcing attack, or it can be any attack which we'll be seeing in the next upcoming sections of ethical hacking. So once you are done with all these attacks, it's time to write a report with everything. So you have to mention the vulnerability type, you have to mention the severity, you have to attach the screenshots, if possible attach a video in the report, then you have to write the steps, how you exploited the bug. Then after that you have to submit the report to the management, and if the management approves the report, you have to then provide the patch. Okay, you just don't have to discover the vulnerability and leave as it is. It is your job to provide a proper patch. But again, one thing that I would like to tell you is that all these things are not done all alone by you. You have a team of analysts who do different jobs. So let's say there's a team of 5 people. 2 people are involved in legal documentation and report writing. 2 are involved in scope assessment, information assessment, and vulnerability assessment. You are involved into pen testing, and another one is involved in patch assistance. So in this way, a team works. And the final step is revalidation. You have to check if the patch is properly installed and if the system is secure or not. So all these 10 steps form a vulnerability assessment. So such vulnerability assessments are carried out in the organizations, and these should be carried out every month so as to prevent the threats. And these assessments one assessment takes at least 2 to 3 days. So depending upon the nature and the scope of the assessment, it may take longer or it may take shorter. But you don't have to rush and don't have to depend upon the automatic results. And that is why it is important to have a team of people who can work together. For example, let us say you have a member who doesn't like to code and who doesn't like to hack into systems. So what he can do is he can deal with legal documentation, scope assessment, and report generation. There is one guy who is good at vulnerability knowledge, but he don't want to hack into systems. He is not that interested. So what he can do is he can carry out the information assessment, he can carry out the vulnerability assessment, and then provide you all the vulnerabilities. You can carry out penetration testing and all the steps 5, 6, and 7. 8 is already being done by the first guy. And 9th step, patch assistant, is done by the one who has a good knowledge of programming skills and who knows how to patch the vulnerabilities. And again, 10th can be done by you. In this way, a team effort is required to carry out an effective penetration test. Alright, these were the 10 steps for an effective vulnerability assessment. If you still have any doubts, please feel free to ask us in the Q&A section. We'll try to answer your questions as soon as we can. Great. I know this is a lot of information for you as a beginner, but trust me, this is the best course which will help you to get started from scratch to a cybersecurity professional. Alright, keep the momentum going. I will see you in the next lecture where we'll talk about the need for cybersecurity in today's world. Excellent. Let us move on to the next lecture in which we are going to talk about the need of cybersecurity. Most of you already know the answer, so let us have a quick recap. The availability of internet has transformed the world to a greater extent. Do you agree with this point? You should, because yes, in the early 2000s there was not internet to that much extent, but In the last decade, the use of internet has rapidly increased, and it has also transformed the entire world to a greater extent. Until the last decade, people weren't even aware that wireless transactions could be even made. But nowadays we can just transfer the wire over the internet, or we can just transfer the money over the internet, pardon me. So that is why security is very important in order to save your money. So yes, the internet has transformed the world, but so is the risk of increasing cyber attacks. That is why we need cybersecurity to tackle all these issues. The next is wide use of internet has resulted in an increase in cyber crimes. Obviously, you use internet in banking, you use internet in secure coding, you use internet to store your photos, personal data, you use internet to avail different infrastructure services, for example, cloud. You use internet to communicate with your employees or your family and friends. You use internet to watch e-learning videos. All right. So just see in what everything around us is, you're bound to the internet. And that is why with the increased use of internet, information that is being exchanged over the internet is also increasing. And that is why the need to preserve, the need to save, protect this information is really important. And that is why we need security experts and security measures in place to protect your data from getting into the hands of attackers. Society has become more dependent on technology in the COVID-19 pandemic. Obviously, you are locked in a room, you are not allowed to go out, and you're not allowed to hug your friends, you're not allowed to meet different people, you're not allowed to even shake hands. So what are you going to do? You're obviously going to take out your smartphones, start binge watching Netflix, or you have to start learning different things. You're going to start having a video call with your friends. So people have become more dependent on technology. And one more thing, professionals like us have to work from home. So, we all have become more dependent on technology, and that is why the need for security is also increasing. People in the COVID-19 pandemic, there is a sudden rise in the use of internet, and so is, I had read in the newspaper that the number of Gmail accounts created in the pandemic period has almost skyrocketed. Many people became active on the internet. Even senior citizens started using internet to watch, their kind of things like TV serials or, daily soaps or their local shows. So that is why society started using the internet, and therefore the security professionals had a tremendous responsibility on their shoulders to prevent the data that is being exchanged on the internet. Now, there is a company called Risk-Based Security. It revealed that 7.9 billion records have been exposed by data breaches in the first 9 months of 2019 alone. Now, we are talking about 2019. I had explained a graph of 2018-17, and if you remember, the major difference between 17 and 18 was tremendous. And right now we are in the 2021. So although if you go and search on the internet about the data for 2020, the data is, you will see that there were numerous cyber crimes happened in the year 2020. So that is why, in order to mitigate those attacks and prevent such attacks from happening in the future, you need security in place. The next point is, with the development of technological industry, yes, there is a need to prevent the confidential data. As I said, you are locked in a room, you're not allowed to go out during the lockdown. Obviously, you will start sharing information through different messaging apps. Am I right? Yes. So in order to prevent that confidential data, you have to have security. Let's say if you are working and you want to your company has created an account on their system for you, and the company wants to tell you the password. Obviously Gmail is secure, but in spite of telling the password or the account credentials in person, the manager has to send the details through internet. Now, I'm not saying Gmail or WhatsApp is not safe. That is a controversial topic. But yeah, you are sharing information through internet, and that is why you need security to protect that confidential data. All right. Not everyone is equipped with the security knowledge. That is why training and awareness about cybersecurity has also increased in the 20th century. And the last point is, even financial sectors and healthcare sectors and educational sectors have started facing cyber crimes. Take the example of you. Right now, you're sitting here listening to my lecture over the internet, and you are using internet to access these lectures, right? Even the schools have started delivering lectures through online portals. So in that way, due to increased use of technology and more dependency on internet, there is a need for cybersecurity. So I hope this lecture gave you the clear idea why we need cybersecurity. In the next lecture, we are going to talk about the different organizations associated in the field of cybersecurity and information security in general. All right, I will see you in the next lecture. All right, you are doing a great job by learning and coming to this point of the course. So now let us have a look at the different organizations which are in the security industry and providing services to the world by mitigating against the different cyber attacks. So the first thing that we're going to talk about is Women in Cybersecurity. So Women in Cybersecurity is an organization which was established by Dr. Ambereen Siraj of Tennessee Tech University through a national foundation grant with the collaboration of all the women, male allies and advocates with a strong mission to introduce the women of the world in the field of cybersecurity. So WICYS is an organization specially designed for women where recruitment, retention and advancement of women in cybersecurity happens. The next is the SANS Institute, which stands for Sysadmin Audit Network Security, which was launched in 1989 as a cooperative for information security thought leadership. So it is SANS' ongoing mission to empower cybersecurity professionals with the practical skills and the knowledge they need to make our world a safer place. So SANS has their own certifications, they have their own scholarships, they have their own degree programs and even various certifications and resources to meet the needs of every cyber professionals. So the instructors will find on SANS are highly qualified professionals. It's not like anyone can become an instructor when it comes to SANS, but they are really qualified professionals. The next is OAPS. The Open Web Application Security Project, OAPS, is a non-profit foundation that works to improve the security of software. Now, through community-led open source software projects, hundreds of local chapters worldwide, there are tens of thousands of members leading the educational and training conferences from OAPS. OAPS is mainly into the web domain, which provides the tools and resources, community and networking, and education and training of all the things which come under the web platform. Next is ISA, that is Information Systems Security Association, which is also an institute which deals with information security, and there is a college of information security and it also provides information security resources. And then is FIRST, that is FIRST stands for the Forum of Incident Response and Security Teams, which is a premier organization and recognized global leader in information security incident response. The membership in FIRST enables incident response teams to perform more effectively and respond to security incidents following their own framework. Now, these were the organizations that work for security, and now these are the organizations that are very renowned for security education. The first is ISACA, which stands for Information Systems Audit and Control Association. ISACA is an organization which provides quality educational trainings to cybersecurity and information security professionals who want to excel in the field of audits and controls. So if you navigate into many job profiles, certifications from ISACA add a great value, and to be really honest with you, these certifications have more value than your actual degrees. Again, these certifications are very costly and very hard to crack. So, for example, if you want to crack the CISA certification, that is Certified Information Systems Auditor, you must study for at least 5 to 6 months properly before you can crack and pass the CISA exam. The next is ISC Square, which stands for International Information System Security Certification Consortium, which is again a non-profit organization which specialization is training and certifications for cybersecurity professionals. Their renowned certification is CISSP, that is Certified Information Systems Security Professional, which is very renowned. It's extremely renowned, and ISC Square has almost more than 150,000 members globally. Next is EC Council. Again, EC Council is an organization which provides training related to the hacking area. It provides in hands-on hacking practicals like CEH certification, then ECSA, that is EC Council Certified Security Analyst certification, hacking forensic investigation. So it's all related to the hacking part, whereas the ISACA and ISC Square are more of a management side. Again, CompTIA. CompTIA is a very good training organization which provides certifications right from basics of computers to the networks to the security, then the core security and pen testing. So it's a great certification provider when it comes to information security, and I recommend many students to check out their Network Plus and Security Plus certifications. And the last one is IAPP, that is International Association of Privacy Professionals. Again, IAPP comes under the management side domain, that is governance and compliance or data privacy. And these two, EC Council and CompTIA, are more into the hands-on practical things of security. So this one, and this one. If you go and check any profile on LinkedIn of a security professional having minimum of 5 years of experience, you will find certification from each of these certification bodies. So what I would suggest is, after taking this course, you should definitely prepare for EC Council's CEH certification, and then you should go for CompTIA's Security Plus. I'm not endorsing anyone. This is not a paid partnership or kind of video thing. I'm just telling you for the sake of your career. Okay. So this was all for this lecture, where we talked about the different organizations when it came to information security. In the next lecture, we'll have a brand new section. Well, can you guess? Okay. Hacking, malware, cyber attacks. Yes, we are going to see the different actors in cybersecurity. These are not the actors of Hollywood or Bollywood, but these are the actors of cybersecurity. Well, forgive me for lame jokes, but on a serious note, next section is going to be really very important. I want your eyes and ears open and your mind as well. Great. Keep the momentum going. I will see you in the next lecture. All right. Let us have a look at the different roles in cybersecurity, because before you move ahead with the actual cybersecurity, you should have the knowledge of different roles in this field. So the first thing is penetration tester. Penetration testers help the business and the organizations identify the security weaknesses in their information systems network which affect their digital assets and the computer networks. Some hold in house positions with permanent employers functioning as a part of internal cybersecurity or information technology. Others work specialized firms to provide penetration testing services, as I had mentioned in the previous lectures. Now, the industries that deal with high volumes of sensitive, personal, classified, or proprietary information tend to bring penetration testers on high demand on high numbers. Some employers place on more emphasis on the candidate's knowledge and experience than their formal education backgrounds. That is why I always press on the line that knowledge is more important than finishing the course or having a certification. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the average salary of information security analysts or penetration testers between 2018 and 2019 is around $100,000 per year in the United States. Again, this number is subject to change with many factors like experience, the profile, knowledge, degree, and certification. So, what actually penetration testing or penetration testers require? Well, they require a solid understanding of networking, and most of the employers prefer those candidates who at least have some basic knowledge of computer networks, because unless and until you have the knowledge of computer networks, you won't be able to crack the network systems. Then programming language or scripting or coding is very important. Testers with good working knowledge of scripting and coding can save a great deal of time on individual assessments. Thus, they offer a great value to their employers. Command on the operating systems. That's right. You might have heard that most of the penetration testers use Kali Linux as an operating system, and therefore penetration testing professionals need the advanced knowledge of the operating systems they attempt to hack or breach in conducting their assessments. Mostly Windows operating system is used by many organizations, but in order to get into the Windows operating system, Kali operating system or the Linux operating system is helpful. Teamwork and desire to learn is also very important. Now, hackers and cyber criminals constantly change their strategies and tactics and technology that continually evolves. So, penetration testing professionals need to stay updated on the latest developments, and that is why people who are keen to learn, those candidates which are always in the learning phase, are preferred by the employers. And lastly, report writing and verbal communication. Now, team members must articulate their findings, right? Whatever you have found out in the assessment or penetration test, you should be able to note down so that the upper management should be able to understand it. For example, if you are a penetration tester working for my organization and I am the upper management, being the upper management, I am CISA qualified, I am CSAM qualified, I am ISO qualified. Now, I don't know how you have executed the XSS query, but I do know what XSS is, but I don't know what Python is. I don't know how to code. So you should be able to write the report in such a way that I can understand what exactly is the vulnerability, what is the root cause of the vulnerability, and what impact can this vulnerability have on my organization. And that is why strong writing skills serve penetration testing professionals well, because their duties include producing a lot of reports so that the upper management can understand. So this was for penetration testing. Pen testers spend most of their time conducting the assessments and running tests. Now, these duties may target internal or external assets, and testers can work both on-site and remotely. So if you want to know about a day in the life of a penetration tester, so generally during the morning, the tester or the testing team decides on a strategy for the project at hand and sets up the required tools. In some cases, this involves rounding up of what professional calls as open source intelligence or OSINT. In the afternoon, teams carry out the tests. They spent the morning designing the tests, and teams sometimes subdivide into smaller groups, with one group playing the role of how hostile hackers and other playing the duties of internal people. Thus, pen testers' requirements involve many different responsibilities, out of which we have discussed the important skills. Again, I'm telling you the salary may change, so don't come running to me that you said I will get $100,000 salary. It's not like that. It depends upon different factors. All right. In the next lecture, we'll talk about information security analyst. Now let us talk about the next security role, that is information security analyst. Security analysts monitor, prevent, and stop the attacks on private data. These digital professionals create and implement firewalls and software systems to protect the data and the network infrastructure. As the world increasingly relies on technology and digital interfaces to store and share the information, security analysts are at very high demand in the industry. Security analysts may work in the public sector as freelance consultants or for business and corporations. Now, typically, these professionals hold at least a bachelor's degree in the respective field, but however, some employers seek analysts having advanced knowledge over their educational background. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, that is the BLS, information security analysts earn a median salary of around $99,000 in the US. Again, the number is subject to change. So what exactly does a security analyst do? We have seen about penetration tester, but what exactly a security analyst does? As the job title implies, security serves as a security analyst's primary goal. Now, these analysts aim to identify the weaknesses in network security systems, patch or respond to issues, and prevent future breaches from occurring. Now, they may use various software, including programs designed to encrypt and protect data to increase and strengthen the data of digital data. So the basic difference between a security analyst and a penetration tester is that security analysts do not carry out proper penetration test. They may identify the flaw in the system, but again, if there is a vulnerability, they try to fix the vulnerability on their own without actually testing properly. So they may hand out the vulnerability to a penetration tester who may seek to exploit and confirm. Now, security analysts may take on a new role as they advance within the field. For example, entry-level security analysts may assume lower-level roles and IT teams, helping the new users to navigate the systems and installing new software. More experienced analysts may design and implement the entire security systems and firewalls, overseeing the teams of security and IT professionals. So, what are the skills that security analysts need? Networking, yes. Again, security analysts need expertise in diverse systems and networks. They need a broad knowledge of various elements of network systems, along with how each element can impact security. Programming and scripting language, yes. A working knowledge of computer scripts like, let's say, Java, Python, C++ is the strong arm of security analysts. This knowledge allows the professionals to understand the encoded threats and write and rewrite software programs. Now, security analysts must understand the hacking process to block and prevent the cyber attacks, because ethical hacking certifications help these analysts in preparing and understanding the threats to protect the systems. Next is command and operating systems. Analysts must be able to work on all types of OS and platforms, including iOS, Windows, and Linux. Critical thinking is very important. Now, security analysts must possess strong critical thinking skills to work through complex coding and software troubleshooting issues. Communication is very important because when you are working in technology, it requires both verbal and written communication skills, and security analysts must be able to clearly explain their work to people without tech backgrounds. As I said, as I gave you the example of a CEO and or the upper management and a pen tester must be able to explain what exactly he or she has found out in the software. And lastly, report writing and hacking knowledge. Again, yeah, pen testers and analysts are in common. They do write reports. That is why strong written communication and hacking knowledge is also very important. So, what are the main responsibilities of analysts is to monitor the networks, to manage the software, to report. Now, analysts may compile ongoing reports about the safety of the networks they work on. These reports often document the security issues along with the measures the analysts had taken in the response. Analysts may also aid in development of the security plans for the organization. And finally, they contribute towards the research in the new trends and advances in security and information technology to stay updated on the latest software. So this is the overall role of information security analysts. I hope it was pretty clear between the pen testers and security analysts. You may say that 70% of the role is same, but again, it's just a job title. You must have a strong understanding of networks, programming and scripting, operating system, verbal and written communication, and report writing, along with desire to learn more. In the next lecture, we'll talk about the role of information security auditor. Keep the momentum going. I will see you in the next lecture. All right. The next role in cybersecurity that is very common is the security consultant role. Security consultants assess all the security measures for their organization or for client organizations. They analyze the security systems, they study potential breaches, and they supervise the implementation of solutions. They may oversee security operations for one company or consult with other clients independently or through a bigger firm, helping the organizations to understand where their cybersecurity measures may need the patching. So according to PayScale, which is a provider of the salaries and jobs, security consultants earn an average annual salary of $85,000 in the United States. In a world that increasingly relies on cloud computing, organizations need cybersecurity experts than ever to help protect their interests. Now, what does a security consultant do? Whether working for a single company or consulting for multiple clients, security consultants analyze the potential cybersecurity threats by running tests on the system and then searching for potential breaches. A security consultant must understand how hackers operate to protect against them. Security consultants ensure that the organization exceeds the minimum requirements for regulatory compliance. Now, companies, if you are working as a security consultant, companies will hire you to protect their digital assets, which may include, let's say, sensitive information, security breaches, and confidence in building a good security development policy. The job typically requires 0 to 3 years of experience, and entry-level jobs may include junior positions on a team with IT specialists. So what are the skills required by information security consultants? Again, strong knowledge of networks and security is everywhere, because if you are into security, you must have the knowledge and understanding of networks. Excellent communication skills, because if you're dealing with clients, you need to properly communicate the results of the findings to the clients and then satisfy your client by providing excellent service. The next skill that comes handy with many security consultants is cloud computing and programming skills. Cloud computing is very important. Cloud has become a great source of information for hackers, because if you hack a cloud successfully, almost everything can get compromised. So security consultants who have great cloud computing skills are in a very great demand around the industry. Professional certifications, yes, professional certifications are also a crucial component to a security consultant's resume. A common choice among a wealth of options can be a CISSP, which validates a security expert's ability to develop and implement a security program. Other popular certifications include Certified Information Systems Auditor, and for professionals focused on cybersecurity analytics, they have the CSIM, that is Certified Information Security Manager. Why certifications are important? Because by obtaining a professional validation or a certification, aspiring security consultants can demonstrate further expertise in the cybersecurity niche of their choice. Certifications do validate a deep knowledge and a commitment to that field that the employers prize. What are the top skills I have said? Again, the next top skill is critical thinking and logical decision making. Yes, that is very important. You need to think critically because you are the consultant here. You are suggesting security measures to your clients. That is why critical thinking and a good decision making ability is what most of the employers look for. Again, leadership and problem solving is very important. Security consultants need to engage in critical thinking to analyze the securities and respond quickly to breaches or even find the problems before they arise. Communication is also essential, as they must communicate with the top executives about the company's security operations, outlining the issues that the managers can understand and make the informed decisions. So this was all for the security consultant. And the next lecture, which is the last lecture of this section, is one of the most important section. Can you guess which role is one of the most important roles in cybersecurity? Keep thinking. I will see you in the next lecture. Well, those who have guessed Chief Information Security Auditors, you are right. The Chief Information Security Officer, as the name suggests, Chief, is the heart and the brain of information security department of the entire organization. He is the person responsible for all the security things, that take place in the organization. So the CISO is the apex of the entire security infrastructure, and he develops information security policies and procedures for a business organization. So in case of the upper management of the security department, CISO is the apex and the leader for the entire security department. Again, the CISO should have a strong understanding and knowledge of all the security domains, mostly comprising of cloud, identity access management, personal, that is people, management of people, and technology. Then CISO should be an excellent communicator. He or she should have excellent communication skills, because since he is the top management, since he is the head of the entire department, his job, 90% of his job is communicating with his colleagues and other security managers and analysts. In addition to that, a CISO must be a team player and have desire to learn more, because it's not like if you have become a CISO, there's no need to learn anything. It's not like that. You have to constantly keep your knowledge base updated with the regular current industry trends. CISO is a critical thinker. He or she is a logical decision maker who works with the upper management of other departments like CFO, CTO, and COO, and as well as the CEO of the organization, to strategically maintain the security of the entire organization. And lastly, leadership. Yes, a CISO is a great leader. Since he's the head of the organization, it's not all about bossing, it's about being a leader. So the great quality of a chief information security officer is being a great leader and to motivate the information security people under his job to maintain the overall security posture of organization. So this was all for this section of roles in cybersecurity. I hope you now have a great understanding of all the different roles, and now you might start working towards your goal. If you're not sure whether you should be a security consultant or a security analyst or a penetration tester, do some research on your own. Start finding out the requirements, the skills, the qualifications, the knowledge areas that all these roles work on, and then you can find out your own career. If you still have any doubts, we are open for counseling sessions and you may post your query in the Q&A section. We will try to answer your questions within 48 hours. So that is it for this section. In the next section, we'll move on to more the core concepts of information security. We'll talk more about confidentiality. We'll talk more about integrity and availability as well. So this was all for this section. I hope you enjoyed this. Keep the momentum going. I will see you in the next section. All right, I'm super excited to start a brand new section. It's my favorite section because I'm mostly working into public key infrastructure, digital signatures, cryptography, and risk management. That is why cryptography is my favorite topic. I can talk all way long you want, but that won't be the situation because here we are to cover the fundamentals of cryptography. Let me warn you, cryptography and algorithms and encryption and decryption involves a lot of mathematical concepts. And since this course is not for the people who want to learn the detailed cryptography, we are not going to learn about the probability, the statistics, random numbers, pseudo-random numbers, or anything mathematical. We are here to have an overview of cryptography. Because what people do is they dive directly into the mathematical cryptography before understanding cryptography. So if you're looking for that course, I suggest you to go to a website known as Coursera. They have really good courses by famous professors from all the US universities. I'm not here doing a paid promotion or any kind of thing. It's my honest opinion because I've studied cryptography and mathematical cryptography from their website. So it's better that you learn from the professors who have been teaching them for a long time. So all right, so what are we going to learn in this wonderful section? First of all, we are going to have overview of cryptography. Then we'll see why we need cryptography. Where was the invention of cryptography and what actually cryptography does. Then we will dive into the types of ciphers. We'll first understand what is a cipher. Then we'll talk about symmetric encryption, asymmetric encryption, which you have heard these terms very commonly. Then we will talk about RSA and Diffie-Hellman algorithm. Then we'll talk about hashing. What is a hash? Digital hash. Then what is public key infrastructure, which has become very common and very useful because of this pandemic period. Public key infrastructure. What are digital signatures and how do we exactly share documents over the internet with full security. Then we will talk about the secure socket layer and transport layer security, SSL and TLS. It's actually TLS, it's not TSL. And then finally, we'll talk about cryptanalysis. If you're expecting to listen to words such as Bitcoin, Ethereum, or blockchain, well, that is not entirely cryptography, that is cryptocurrency, and it mainly lies into blockchain. We'll try to include a section on blockchain as well, but for time being, we have presented this section to you. So without wasting any much time, in the next lecture, we'll start right over with the overview of cryptography. Stay tuned, keep moving forward. Let us get started with the fundamentals of cryptography. Now, why do we use cryptography? Before we answer that question, cryptography goes way back into the history. Basically, cryptography was used to deliver messages during wartime and during battles. So when cryptography was basically used to deliver the message from a king to the army so that the enemy won't understand what exactly they're trying to tell. And it goes way back to German, I'm sorry, way back to Greek and Roman period, where Caesar ciphers and stream ciphers, substitution ciphers were basically used. Apart from that, modern cryptography got a great boom in the 20th century or in the late 19th century. So if you have seen a movie, The Imitation Game, of in which depicts the use of cryptography of Benedict Cumberbatch, so he has played the role of Alan Turing really well, and I must say that if you have interest in cryptography, you must go and watch that movie because it explains everything. How his team was able to break the Enigma machine of Germans, and which successfully led the attack of Normandy, and how England won the war. Apart from that, cryptography is basically nothing but conversion of a regular plain data into a complex series of random alphabets. So whatever you pass into the algorithm, output is a gibberish text. You don't understand what exactly is the output. And there are many algorithms used to do exactly the output, to give the output. Again, cryptography is used to prevent the confidentiality and integrity of data. We have already seen the elements of information security in the introduction part of this course. So, what is confidentiality? Basically, confidentiality is to avoid unauthorized access to the information which is supposed to be known for only authorized people, and integrity is maintaining the state of data. So to achieve all these objectives, we need to keep data secure. And how do we keep data secure? By basically using cryptography. So that is the main reason we use cryptography. And cryptography has become very common these days. These transactions, that happen through the internet are all encrypted, or whatever you send through emails is also encrypted and then decrypted at the receiver's end in order to maintain the confidentiality. So almost everything, everywhere cryptography is used, and it is very common, and hence that is why it is very important to understand cryptography. Now, as I told you in the last lecture, what most of the people do is they directly dive into the mathematical formulations of cryptography. Well, if you are really an expert, you can do that. But what I'd suggest you is you first understand what cryptography is, and then you may try to learn the mathematical point of view. So, cryptography, as I said, is very important for data privacy. Nowadays, we all know how important data is to you. That is why, if you want to maintain a data privacy, you have to have cryptography in place. Now, I'm not saying cryptography is the only solution to prevent data. It can aid the privacy of data, and that is why when it comes to ISO 27001, that is information security management systems, they do have cryptographic controls in place in order to check whether the organization is following those controls while maintaining the integrity of information systems. All right, so let us have a look at the elements that helps us to achieve during cryptography. So basically, cryptography helps in maintaining the information confidential. It also helps to avoid any unnecessary edits to the data, and hence it aids in keeping the data integrity. Using cryptography, you can also achieve availability of data, so that if data is secure, it can be available to you when and wherever it is needed. We can also maintain the authenticity of people using cryptography. We have already discussed about authentication and access control previously in this course. So if you want to know more about that, I suggest you to go back to that section. All right. So yes, authenticity, validating the user's identity using cryptography is also very common. I hope you have understood why we need cryptography. Basically, keep these elements in mind. So, if anyone asks you the main reason behind using cryptography, you just have to answer these 3 points. Cryptography helps in achieving confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information security, and you'll get full marks. Okay, in the next lecture what we'll do is we'll start with these two types of cryptography, which are very common. Again, there are many types. Okay, I'm repeating this word. This course is not for those people who want to master cryptography, all right, because it would take a lot of time to have a course on cryptography. We are just going to go through fundamentals so that you will understand cryptography really well, because it is more important for you to understand cryptography than to have complete knowledge. So in the next lecture we will talk about these two types of cryptography, and I'm pretty sure that my explanation will make it really easy for you to keep those concepts in your mind. It will really help you to clear the things. All right, keep this momentum going. You're doing a great job. You have almost completed the course. Now it's just some sort of lectures which are remaining. We'll soon get done with the entire course. I will see you in the next lecture. All right, without wasting any much time around cryptography, let us get started with the most awaited topic of symmetric encryption and asymmetric encryption. So what is cryptography? Is you encrypt data, you pass the encrypted text known as the ciphertext, and then you decrypt the data. Okay, so now there are two major types of encryption that we are going to see: symmetric encryption and asymmetric encryption. So let us consider that you have this document over here, and this is very confidential. Okay, it has some sort of statistics that only your boss wants to know. You don't want to leak any confidential information. So what you'll do is you lock this document. Okay, you lock this document with a key. Now remember, now this is the key which we have used in order to encrypt this data. So when you encrypt this document, it is locked. Okay, so this is the lock. Now what you do is you transfer, you encrypt, and it gives you an encrypted document, a cipher document. You can call this as a text. When you encrypt it with one key, it is known as a ciphertext. Now what you do is you pass over this ciphertext, and once you pass this ciphertext, if someone wants to read this ciphertext, they will only read some gibberish characters. They won't know what you have actually done, and that is the encryption algorithm. We are going to see different types of encryption algorithm. We are also going to see some live conversions and encryptions. So just remember that when you take a plain text and you encrypt it with a key, it gives you a ciphertext. So now you have the ciphertext, but how are you going to decrypt the ciphertext? Well, in the same way, consider this situation as this is your house, and you know what's inside the house. You know what is inside your own house. You know where your wardrobe is, where your kitchen is, where your money is in the house. Now, let's consider you're going out on a business trip and you don't want anyone to enter your house. Well, everyone of us wish the same. Now, what you do is you lock your house with a lock and you have the key. So this is your locked house. Okay, this is your locked house. Now, when you return, you have the key, you unlock, and then you get the original document. So you get into your house. Now you can see that this is the same key that we had used to lock and we have also used to unlock. And that is why the name is symmetric encryption. Only one key is used to encrypt, that is to lock, and the same key is then used to decrypt, that is unlock. So this is known as symmetric encryption, where you use one key to unlock or lock the message and you use the same key to unlock. So there is no other thing. You just lock and then you unlock the box. If you want to remember symmetric encryption, remember that you have your house, you're going on a vacation, you lock your house, you come back, you unlock your house with the same key, and that is symmetric encryption. And there is another type of encryption which is asymmetric encryption. So let us see how many keys are used in asymmetric encryption. Now let us have a look at asymmetric encryption. Again, this is the original plain text. This is the key. You have encrypted this document to give you the ciphertext. Now, since this is asymmetric encryption, what you're going to do is you have another key here, then you unlock and you get the original document. So what's the exact difference? Well, you locked with this key, the first key, and then you unlocked with this key, that is the second key. So here in asymmetric encryption, two keys are used in order to encrypt and decrypt. Well, you can also encrypt with this black key here, and you can also decrypt with this key. But what you need to understand is you need to have two different keys. Again, if you want to visualize this example, let's say you are going on a business trip and right now your wife is at the office and you have to go urgently. You have a plane to catch and you don't know what to do. So what you do is you have a copy of your key, so that even if you lock with the key you have, your wife can unlock your house with the key she has. So in that way you can work, and therefore you have two keys, and it is asymmetric encryption. You lock with one key and then you unlock the text with a different key. In cryptographic world, these two keys are known as public and private keys. So you can either encrypt with the public key and then decrypt with the private key, or you can encrypt with the private key and then decrypt with the public key. You will have a question, okay, if there are two methods, which one is the most secure? Well, I want you to think over this because we are going to see asymmetric encryption in later part of this course. But if you are curious, I would like to give you, let's say, 2 to 3 days if you want, or 2 to 3 lectures to think. So stress on this point. If we can encrypt with private key as well as public key, which key will you use? And I would like to give you a hint that public key is public knowledge, which is it is available to everyone. So now, while we are going to study about asymmetric encryption, those who have this question, keep your answer ready. The first option is you can encrypt with private key and then decrypt with public key, or the second option is you can encrypt with public key and decrypt with private key. So this lecture was about two types of encryption: symmetric encryption and asymmetric encryption. Let us again revise. So you have this one key over here. These two keys are same. Okay, I'll just erase everything. Yes, now it's perfect. So when it comes to asymmetric encryption, you had two keys here. You had two keys, but the keys were exactly the same because you used the exactly same keys to encrypt the message and decrypt the message. But when it came to asymmetric encryption, you had two different keys to encrypt and decrypt. I hope this lecture was pretty clear. This is just a high level idea. We have not yet dived into the deep of symmetric and asymmetric encryption. But in the next lecture, we are going to talk about different types of ciphers which are used in modern cryptography. I will see you in the next lecture. In the last lecture, we talked about the different types of encryption. Let us get started with the different types of ciphers. Well, the first is the classical cipher, and there are modern ciphers. So classical ciphers were used in the wartime period in order to send messages, and at that time cryptography was not developed. So what is the first classical cipher? Well, the first classical cipher is substitution cipher. Substitution ciphers encrypt the plain text by swapping each letter or a symbol in the plain text by a different symbol as directed by the key. Now, when you are going to encrypt, we have already seen that we need a key. So we have encryption algorithm, we have the key, and then we get the data. So perhaps the most simplest substitution cipher is the Caesar cipher, which is named after the man who used it for the first time. Caesar cipher is perhaps better known through the Captain Midnight codeograph. Caesar cipher may be differentiated from other more complex substitution cipher, but that is one of the most easiest Caesar cipher. So let us say you have to encrypt this S, P, and Y. You want to tell someone that I am a spy, and the key here is, let's say, E. So the key here is E. What you are going to do is you are going to apply this key, and then you are going to get the encrypted text, which is, now if we use the numbering alphabet here, if we use this series, just let me show you the series right here. Yeah, so I was talking about this series. So now here, every single letter has a number associated. For example, 0 is A, 18 is S, 23 is X. So when you write spy, okay, when you write spy over here, what exactly it's doing is, S is 18, so S is 18 here. P is 15, so P is 15. Y is 24, Y is 24, and the key here is 4. So key here is 4. So remember one thing, plain text, okay, plain text plus the key gives you the ciphertext CT. All right. So our plain text is this, our key is 4. So what substitution cipher does is it adds all the digits. So 18 plus 4 gives us 22. So 18 plus 4 gives us 22. 15 plus 4 gives us 19. And 24 plus 4 gives 28. Okay. So 22 here is W. 22 here is W. 19 here is T. Now, do we have 28? Well, no. If this is 25, 26, 27, and then you have 28. So, if you are a spy and if you want to tell your friend that you are a spy, you just tell him that, okay, the key is E, and you give this ciphertext. So when he can, have this WTC. Now let's say your friend has this WTC and now he's confused that how you're going to decrypt it. Well, you have these letters and you have the key. So friend knows these keys and your friend knows these letters. So what he has to do is, while encrypting you added, so while decrypting he has to subtract. So 22 minus 4 gives him 18. 19 minus 4 gives him 15. 28 minus 4 gives him, what does it give? No. So in that case, what he has to do is, if it's greater than 25, he has to jump back 4 places here, and he has to add 4. So 28 minus 4 anyways is 24. So 18 again he checks is S, 15 he checks is P, and 24 he checks is Y. Hooray! So he got the word spy. This is how substitution ciphers actually work. So this is just a basic example of how you encrypt and how you decrypt. So if I take a different marker all the way right here, this process here is encryption process, and this process here is the decryption process. So you have done encryption and you have done decryption, and that is how Caesar cipher or the substitution ciphers used to work in the early periods. Now the next type of cipher we are going to see is transposition ciphers. But before that, I would just like to clear my screen. Now let's continue with the next type of cipher, which is transposition cipher. Transposition cipher is another form of enciphering technique, and it involves rearranging of the letters of a plain text message. So if you want to, let's say, write again spy, then you rearrange it using a key, but this time you do not add, you just rearrange, or you just shift by some particular numbers. So what is about classical ciphers or substitution ciphers is the key is very weak, and if someone finds out a key, then there's no point in having that encryption at all. Now modern type of ciphers are based on two factors, the first factor being the private key. So modern ciphers are basically based on two types, on the type of key and on the type of data. So when it comes to the type of key, there are two keys which we had discussed, public key and private key. So this private key stays with you. You do not tell anyone about this private key. And the public key is to public knowledge. Anyone in the world can know your public key. So I hope now you have got more hints to the question which I had told you to look upon in the last lecture. And then based on type of data, whether it is a stream cipher or whether it is a block cipher. So now stream cipher is basically bit by bit. It's a stream of data that gets encrypted simultaneously. So A comes encryption, X comes encryption, D comes encryption. Whereas in case of block cipher, a block of data, a chunk of data comes into the algorithm, it gets encrypted, and then only the next block of data gets encrypted. So it's not a continuous thing, but it's a block by block thing. A block of 64 bits or a block of, let's say, 8 bits or a block of 128 bits. So what happens in case of block cipher is sentences may get breaked and it becomes very difficult to rearrange to get a meaningful data. But when it comes to stream cipher, the data gets encrypted in one go. Now this was about the different types of ciphers. In the next lecture, we'll talk about the most important and the most fundamental topic of symmetric encryption. Alright, I will see you in the next lecture. Alright, let us talk about symmetric encryption. Although I have told you about symmetric encryption in one of the previous lectures, but it was just an overview. So what is symmetric encryption? Well, from this name symmetric encryption uses the same key to encrypt and decrypt the message. So the key which you use to basically generate the plain text, to generate the ciphertext from plain text, the same key you use to generate the plain text from ciphertext. So first you generate ciphertext from plain text, and while decrypting you generate the plain text from ciphertext. So basically, symmetric encryption uses a mathematical algorithm. As I said, cryptography is all about mathematics. It's all about prime numbers, modular arithmetic, then pseudo-random numbers. It's all about mathematics. So it uses a mathematical algorithm to encrypt and then decrypt the data using a single key. So what you have to remember when you are asked about symmetric encryption is you have to remember single key. It's a two-way algorithm because first you encrypt and then you decrypt. So first you encrypt, then you decrypt. That is why it's known as a two-way algorithm. It is also referred to as private key encryption or secure key encryption. Now, why it is referred to as private key encryption? The simple answer here is you have only one key, right? You have only one key here, and that key is supposed to be kept private. As I said, if you're communicating with a person, that person should also have the same key, because if you're going to unlock a message or unlock a box with one key, and if you are using symmetric encryption, then that person should also have a copy of the same key, exact same key. So in that case, if when you are traveling, as I gave the example of a house and your wife, so those I gave the example in the context of asymmetric encryption because I just wanted you to tell you that if you're unlocking with one key and then you can lock with another key. But actually that example was of symmetric encryption. Only the context was different. Because why it is a symmetric encryption? If you're locking your house with one key, then your wife should also, or your husband should also have the same copy to unlock the lock, right? So the context, though the context was asymmetric encryption, now I'm using the same example for symmetric encryption. So why it is called private key? Because we have seen asymmetric encryption has two types of keys: public key and private key. Private key is the key which you keep to yourself and which you use to encrypt or decrypt the messages. And public key can be of public knowledge. Anyone can know it. So do you want the key of your house with everyone? Do you want everyone to have access to your house? Well, no. That is why this key is supposed to be kept private between the communicating parties, and hence it is known as a private key encryption. Well, again, private and secure are synonyms, so it's also known as a secure key encryption. So if anyone asks you, hey, please explain me about secure key encryption, you shouldn't confuse. Well, secure key, secure key, secure key, right? Symmetric encryption. So now let us have a look at the examples of symmetric key encryption: blowfish algorithm, two-fish algorithm, advanced encryption standard, data encryption standard, reversed cipher 4, 5, and 6 versions are a few examples of symmetric key encryption. Well, one of the drawback of symmetric encryption is secure sharing of keys. How are you going to exactly share those keys? Because even you have to share a key over email, you have to keep that key confidential. So again, you have to encrypt that key. But if you're using symmetric encryption again and again and again, the keys need to be shared. So secure sharing of keys is a tough problem, but nothing is tough for people who are curious. So there were two people, Diffie and Hellman, together. They solved this problem and they proposed a new solution to this, which was Diffie-Hellman key exchange algorithm, in which this key is shared securely without using some other factors. Well, what is the advantage of symmetric encryption? You must ask, if there are two keys and if that is more secure, why have symmetric encryption in place? Well, the most fundamental advantage of symmetric key encryption is speed. Symmetric key encryption is much faster than asymmetric encryption. It's much faster. Although you think that asymmetric key is much secure, it's not used that much because of its extreme consumption of power. Symmetric encryption, since it uses same key, it has a predefined process to do. That is why the task of encryption and decryption requires, it's a speedy task. Less time is required in order to carry out the entire process. So drawback is secure sharing of keys, but again, there were two brilliant people out there, Diffie and Hellman, who proposed the Diffie-Hellman algorithm. So to sum up, what you have to remember when it comes to symmetric key encryption is same key is used. Okay, I'll just mark it again. So same key is used, mathematical algorithm, single key, two-way, private key encryption, and these are a few examples. And again, you have to remember S for speed, S for symmetric encryption. The only drawback is again S, that is secure sharing of keys. In the next lecture, we'll talk about a few examples of symmetric encryption. We'll see different algorithms, the key size, what is the key size for those algorithms, what is the input, and what is the exact output. Okay, I have got this question a couple of times. What is the input? Well, you cannot give a Word document at a random, right? There is fixed input size for each of different algorithms, and only in that algorithms the data is encrypted. You cannot give 2000 characters to encrypt as a single block. So there are different various block sizes in case of symmetric encryption, which we will be seeing in the next lecture. All right, keep the momentum going. You're doing a great job. If you have any questions, do let us know and I'll be happy to solve them for you. Now let us have a look at some examples of symmetric encryption. In the last lecture, we did talk about symmetric encryption, and symmetric encryption has one key which we used to encrypt the message as well as decrypt the message, and that key is known as the secure key. So the first example of symmetric encryption is a two-fish algorithm. Now two-fish algorithm has 128 bits of block size. Now what do I mean by block size is, at a time 128 bits of data will get encrypted by using a key of 256 bits. Alright, now you must have a question how 128 and 256 keys work together. It's twice the value. So the algorithm has such steps which reduces the key size, then manipulates the input, and then finally encrypts a document. If we dive deep into the algorithms of each and every example, you will get confused. So what we are trying to tell you here is, at a time 128 bits of data will get encrypted in one block and using a key of 256 bits. Similarly, the next standard is data encryption standard, which was developed by the National Institutes of Standards and Technology. This is very old standard and it is very basic standard. When researchers had invented DES, they thought that it is not unbreakable. It is unbreakable, but some researchers proved that it is breakable, and that is why they developed the advanced standard. So for data encryption standard, at a time only 64 bits of data can be encrypted and the key size is 56 bits. So as I said, as soon as researchers they prove that DES is not secure and can be attacked, they developed the advanced encryption standard. I'm sorry, here it must be AES. Now AES has three different versions in place. So AES has three different versions. So the first version has 128 bits of block size and 128 bits of key size. The second version has 128 bits of block size and 192 bits of key size. and the third version has 128 bits of block size and 256 bits of key size. So more the key size here, more the key size, higher is the security. But again, time consumption will also increase. So it depends upon different organizations and programs which encryption they should use. But nowadays, almost every encryption standard uses the advanced encryption scheme, which is very helpful. The next example of symmetric encryption is reversed cipher RC4, which was invented long ago by one of the scientists, and he contributed to asymmetric encryption as well. So RC4 has a variable length and it's a stream cipher. We have seen the difference between a stream cipher and a block cipher. So variable length of stream cipher, in which the data input is in the form of stream. It's a continuous stream of data input. And the key size can be 64 bits or 128 bits. Similarly, RC5 version was, there are different types of block. Now RC5 starts with a block, but RC4 is, stream cipher. And the key again is variable. It can be 0 to 255 bits. And finally, RC6 has 16, 30 to 64 bits of block size and 0 to 2. Now, what's the difference between these two here? What is the difference? Where here only 2-bit registers were used while performing the operations, but here 4-bit registers are used. So it's an advanced version of RC5. Here integer multiplication was not done, whereas here integer multiplication is performed. So you can say that RC6 is much advanced version of RC5. Now algorithms of all these encryptions are very difficult to understand. That is why we haven't included the lectures so as to tell you how exactly these encryption algorithms work. If we do so, if we plan to do a course on cryptography, we will surely include everything in detail. But for time being, we are not going to dive deep into how exactly these numbers play. So if you have any exams or interviews, you have to make sure that you have to remember these numbers right here. So now what is the main drawback of symmetric encryption? Well, according to the definition, symmetric encryption has only one key. And suppose we have Bob here and we have Alice. So how exactly you are going to share the key to Bob? And I mean, how exactly you are going to share the same key? Because even if the attacker gets to know the key, he gets to know everything. So secure sharing of keys is the drawback of symmetric encryption. So how exactly will Bob share the key which he used to encrypt the message so that Alice can decrypt? Now some of you may say that we can again encrypt the key, but again for that encryption you will also have one key. So this process is very tedious, and that is why there is one algorithm, Diffie-Hellman key exchange algorithm, which was founded out by two people, outstanding brains. They developed the key exchange algorithm, which we will be seeing in later part of this course. So that algorithm actually gives us a way in order to share a secure key. I will be showing you through graphics how you actually can achieve that. All right. In the next lecture, we will be talking about asymmetric encryption, where we will be having a look versus asymmetric and asymmetric encryption. All right. Stay tuned. Keep moving forward. I will see you in the next lecture. We are making a great progress towards asymmetric encryption and cryptography. We have already discussed about what is cryptography and what is symmetric encryption. Now let us move on to the next part of cryptography, which is asymmetric encryption. As the name suggests, it's not symmetric, which means there are two keys which are used to encrypt and decrypt the message. So one key is used to lock your house and different key is used to unlock your house. So these two keys in asymmetric encryption are known as public key and private key, which means that with, you can lock with public key and you can unlock with private key. So they are, a pair. Or you can unlock with private key and lock with public key. So the first option here is you have to encrypt with the public key. So if there is any document you want to send over, you have to encrypt with public key and then you can decrypt with private key. Or you can encrypt with the private key and then decrypt with the public key. So now, which one is more secure over here? And it's like if Alice wants to send something, both the keys should be of Alice. You can't encrypt with public key of Bob and then decrypt with private key of Alice. That doesn't work. The algorithm is not designed in that way. Or you cannot encrypt with Bob's private key and then decrypt with Alice's public key. So what you can do here is you can, if you want to send me data, if you want to send me a document, you can either encrypt with my public key here and then I will decrypt it with my private key, or you can encrypt with my private key and then I will decrypt with my public key. So which one is more secure? Now before that, public key is of public knowledge, which means there is a repository and public key is available to everyone. Anyone can access your public key. For example, if you're using WhatsApp, when you're trying to converse, you can see in your settings that there's an option which says this chat is end-to-end encrypted, which means that the public key of you and your friend is stored in the WhatsApp database and the internal application can access anyone's public key, but private key is stored to you. So in couple of times I will give you time to think which one is more secure over here. So these are the examples of asymmetric encryption. The Rivest, Shamir, Adelman, these three people were outstanding minds. They developed this algorithm which is used as asymmetric encryption. Then, as I explained in the last lecture, the Diffie-Hellman key exchange. ECC stands for elliptic curve cryptography. It's very modern cryptography. It's hugely vague and advanced. And then we have El-Gamal cryptography. Along with that, we have the digital signature algorithm. Nowadays, you must have heard about this word very often. This word right here, digital signature. Every one of us is using digital signature. So this algorithm is also very common. Yes, we are going to talk about DSA in upcoming lectures. And as we know, symmetric encryption was known as private key encryption or secure key encryption, but asymmetric encryption is known as public key encryption. Why it is called public key encryption? Well, this is a hint for you for this problem here. Why this is called as a public key encryption, we will see in some couple of lectures. The drawback is that since there is involvement of two different keys and different prime numbers and generators, asymmetric encryption takes more time than symmetric encryption. Obviously, if you have two different keys to unlock and lock the same thing, it will take time, right? But if you have one key, you can do it very quickly. So asymmetric encryption takes a lot of time as compared to symmetric encryption. So these are the examples of asymmetric encryption. RSA, it has a key generation algorithm and it has a signature generation and then verification algorithm. In the same way, Diffie-Hellman is this formula. So this formula is very important. N is equal to G raised to K mod P. What are the elements? What is N? What is G? What is K? What is P? We will be exploring when we have a different lecture on the Diffie-Hellman key exchange algorithm. For time being, what you need to remember is there are two different keys. Just let me erase. I'll just mark some important points. All right. So what you have to remember is you have to take care that there are two different keys, public key and private key. Decide which one is more beneficial. You have to remember RSA, Diffie-Hellman, DSA, and the drawback. It is very important. So these 5 to 6 points are very important if you want to crack any question when it comes to asymmetric encryption. In the next lecture, we will be talking about working of asymmetric encryption. All right, I will see you in the next lecture. All right. In the last lecture, we did talk about the working of asymmetric encryption. Now we will talk about the working. In the last lecture, we talked about the asymmetric encryption. In this lecture, we will talk about working of asymmetric encryption. So right here, we have our friend Bob and we have Alice. Now Bob wants to send some important documents to Alice over the internet. So let us see, using asymmetric encryption, how he can securely send those important documents. Well, let us consider this is the original document that Bob has, and he cannot send the document as it is, right? He has to encrypt it because he wants to send it securely. Now this is Alice's public key, right? So if any one of you has confirmed that you have to encrypt with public key and then decrypt with private key of the same person, then you are right. Now, if I wanted to encrypt with private key, it's not possible because I don't have the other person's private key. It has to be, the private key is supposed to be with the person himself. You're not allowed to share your private key, or the app doesn't allow to share the private keys. So what you can do is you can take the public key, which is publicly available. So you can take the public key, you can use an encryption algorithm, and then you can get the encrypted document. Finally, what you can do now, once you have this encrypted document, it's encrypted with the public key, all right, of public key. You will send this document. Now Alice will receive this encrypted document. What she will do is she will use her private key, because if you have encrypted with a public key, you can only decrypt with private key. And since Bob has encrypted with Alice's public key, she can only decrypt with her private key. And Alice's private key is with her. So Alice can then run the decryption algorithm, and then she will get the original document. So what you can understand here is this is the encryption process and this is the decryption process. So in this way, these two different keys are used for asymmetric encryption. So the bottom line here is you have to encrypt with the receiver's public key, and then you have to decrypt with receiver's private key. This is the base working of asymmetric encryption. Make sure that you have understood this working, because this is the exact same working we are going to use in case of digital signature algorithm. Now since here there are two different keys used, the protection is more, but again it takes more time. So right now you're only seeing only one document, but in the internet millions of documents and emails get exchanged in 1 second. So you have to have some method in order to make symmetric encryption work. So what is that method? We will see in the next lecture, where we'll have a look at the Diffie-Hellman key exchange algorithm. So if you have any doubts regarding asymmetric encryption or symmetric encryption, you may ask us through the question and answer portal. We are always welcome to solve your doubts. All right, let us get started now with Diffie-Hellman key exchange algorithm. All right. So the main idea behind Diffie-Hellman key exchange algorithm was the question of how to exactly share the key, because as we all know that symmetric encryption uses only one key to encrypt and then decrypt the document. So how exactly people will share the key? Because if the key is not shared securely, there is no point in having encryption system at the first place. So these two people, Diffie and Hellman, outstanding people, outstanding brain and excellent thinking, they came up with the exchange of algorithm in such a way using generators and prime numbers that uh, it was possible to generate the exact same secure key at the both parties end. So let us say we have Bob here and then we have Alice over here. So now we can see that just yeah. So this is Bob's private key, which is with Bob, and this is let's say now we have Alice's private key with her. So we have Alice's, so this is Bob's private key, and then this is Alice's private key. So they have their own private keys with them. Now the next step is we have this cloud which has the generator, that is the algorithm, and this we have the prime number. Now all these things are known to public. So whatever you see here, it's public. So anyone, even the attacker, can see the generator algorithm and the prime number. But attacker cannot see Bob's private key and Alice's private key. So what they do is they take the generator here. So just let me take my pen. So what they do is they take generator. So Bob takes the generator and as well as Alice takes the generator algorithm. They combine. So what Bob does at his end is he uses one algorithm to combine and form this color. So form this, you can say this key, or you can say this output. Similarly, Alice takes the generator and her private key to form this output at her end. Now what do they do is, since this has the Bob's private key, and what do they do is they share these two outputs to respective each other. So even if attacker sees this orange color, he will only find out the generator. He won't find out the output, because now you may say that if Bob sees the red color and Bob sees orange, obviously the next element is going to be yellow. It's not like that. Output is a string, is a number, is a hash value. So even if attacker gets to see these two values and the generator, he is not able to guess, he won't be able to guess their private keys. Consider this. I may say that I have taken 5 ml of red color and 10 ml of yellow color. But attacker can see that what I have got is I've got orange color and I've known 5 ml of red color. But what about the yellow color quantity? It can be 10, it can be 10.1, 9.8, anything. So in that way, what exactly, once you mix two colors, it's very difficult to get those colors back, right? You may try yourself. Go on, take water in 2 bowls. In one bowl you can take yellow water, and in the another bowl you can take red water, and mix those two waters and you get a uniform color. After that, try separating out those colors. It's impossible to get the original colors. So this step, after this step, now both of them, now Bob has Alice's output and Alice has Bob's output. So again, what Bob does is Bob takes his private key and Alice's output, and Alice takes Bob's output and her private key. Together they do the same procedure here, and in this way they get the same shared secret key. This output is always going to be same at both the ends. In this way, the Diffie-Hellman key exchange algorithm was designed. Now both of them have the same shared secret key, and that is why they can do the symmetric encryption, right? This was the most simplest explanation anyone can give you using the color theory, because don't visualize these as colors, don't think as actual colors. The main reason behind this is you have to take these values. Again, I can say, let's say generator stands for G, Bob's private key stands for Y. So Y and R will give you YR. Okay, so now Alice will have YR, and this is R and G. So this is RG, that is why Bob will have RG. Now Y. So this shared key is YRG, and this is again YRG. So both the things are same. In this way you get the same shared secret key. Now once you have the same shared secret key, you can carry out symmetric encryption. This was the algorithm proposed by Diffie-Hellman. It's a really outstanding algorithm, and therefore this algorithm and is along with symmetric encryption overturns the processing power of asymmetric encryption. So even if you want to carry out asymmetric encryption, symmetric encryption can be used along with the Diffie-Hellman algorithm, and that is why the shared secret key can be used. This was the working of Diffie-Hellman's key exchange algorithm. All right, in the next lecture we are going to talk about a new term known as hashing. So stay tuned, keep moving forward. Without wasting any much time, let us get started with the next important concept in cryptography, that is hashing. You must have heard about this term hashing, which is very common if you want to check something. So whenever you're going to download a software, you might see a line over there saying that please check the hash here. So what exactly is hashing? Hashing is transforming the normal text, the normal message or data into a gibberish one. So it sounds funny, right? Why we should transform something which is understandable into something which is not completely understandable. It's abrupt text. So why we should do that? Well, hashing is a mathematical function which converts a numerical input value into another compressed numerical value of the same length. For example, if you enter my name is XYZ, the output will be some gibberish data. But if you enter my name is ABC, again the output will be different. So no two hash values can be same. So when we pass the input through the hash function, the output is known as the message digest. Basically, it digests the input and then gives us an output of the original message, which is known as a message digest. So MD5, that is message digest fifth version, or secure hash algorithm, SHA1, SHA2 and SHA3 are three different hashing algorithms which are used. Now hashing algorithm is again RIPEMD, which is race integrated message digest function basically. So let us consider we have a document here and you want to transfer that document to Alice over the internet, but it has some confidential data. Okay, it has some confidential data and you don't want to transfer the original document as it is. So what you do is you give the original document into a hash algorithm and together you get a hashed document. So this is the working of a hash function. So when it comes to hashing, what you have to remember is these are the most common hashing algorithms, and out of this SHA2 is widely used because it has more rounds, it has more keys to it, which prevents the data integrity. So when you have to use a hash, okay, let's consider you are downloading a new program from Microsoft and Microsoft has said that the hash value is A, B, C, D and E. So if you download this software, make sure that you hash this software and check if the values are same. So if both the hash values are same, then you have downloaded the original software. Let me tell you one thing, that even a single character in the file changes, the entire hash value is going to change. This point is very important. So in order to maintain the integrity of data, you check the hash value. Another scenario can be, let's say Alice has said hello to Bob. Hello, I am Alice and I want to meet you at 3 p.m. And Bob receives a message, it's hashed. And if we change the message to hello, I am Alice, I want to meet you at 3:30, the hash value of both the messages will be different. So in that way, hashing is used in digital signature algorithms. You must have heard of the word digital signatures. So in the next lecture, we will have one fun activity where we'll be calculating different hashes, and we'll see how changing one character can change the entire hash value. All right, stay tuned, keep moving forward. All right. So here you can see that I'm on this website, toolsfornoobs.com. I know this website name is very funny, but apparently that's the best hashing tool right now. So let's calculate the hash. Let's start with MD5, which we have seen. So let us say I want to write I love cyber security. All right, I love cyber security. Note that I have, what I've written. I is small here, it's lowercase, and now let's say I hash this. Okay, you can see this is the hash result. Okay, this is the hash result. Just keep in mind about this hash result because we are going to need it. 1FF7CA515. You have to remember this, or you can note it down. I'll wait for a couple of seconds. All right. Now what I'll do is I'll separate cyber and security. And now let us see if the hash value changes. Of course it has changed. You can see it has changed. The hash value has changed. So if you see this hash value here, 1FF7CA5, and if I give a space around right here, the hash value is completely changed. So this is the hash. So even if you change one single bit, the entire value is going to change. Okay, now let us say I write I want to learn cryptography. I want to learn cryptography. Now you can see this hash value, the length of this hash value. Let us now take SHA2. SHA2. So you can see these are the number of hash algorithms. Let's go to SHA2, which is 256, and let's hash this. Just see the hash. Okay, just see the length of this hash. Now what I'll do is again I'll write I, and again I'll hash this. It's going to change, right? And even let's say I copy all this, and irrespective of my input, the length of the input, output is going to remain of same length. This is one of the most important properties of hash, that irrespective of whatever length of input you give, the hash output is always going to be of fixed length. So as you can see, even if I remember this, even if I remove this, the hash is going to change. So this is how attackers carry out hashes. And now you might ask a question: if we already have MD5 in place, why do I need SHA-256? Well, even attackers can have a brute force attack and find out the perfect hash, but the greater the length of the hash, the greater the size of the key in the algorithm, the more it gets difficult to crack the hash. And SHA-256 is almost impossible to crack because no one has yet cracked SHA-256 algorithm. We're not going to dive deep into the algorithm because it's a lot of technical and mathematical, and since this course is for people who want to get an overview of information security, I'd suggest that this is more than enough. All right, and so this was the practical, or you can call a fun lab for hashing Apart from that, you will never be asked to write the algorithm for hashing. All you have to do is go through different types of hashing algorithms, and if you need anything, if you need help in learning these algorithms, just post it in the Q&A section. I'll be very happy to help you out. All right. In the next lecture, we'll again talk with some important concepts like digital signatures, certificate authority, and TLS and SSL. So stay tuned. You are doing a great job. We are almost going to finish this wonderful section of cryptography. Well, in today's world, you cannot sign a document, then you send it to your postman, then the postman will transfer overseas. You don't do that anymore. It will take a lot of time. That's why the concept of digital signatures is introduced, and cryptography is again to the rescue of security. So digital signatures are basically it's a kind of authentication that tells the receiver that okay, the sender has signed and he's agreeing with what is present in the document. So it helps in secure transmission of information, and it validates, and it instead of a real signature, a digital signature is also a proof that the document is a legitimate document. Every digital signature works on PKI, that is the public key infrastructure. Now, public key infrastructure is a unique set of requirements that help in the working of digital signatures. So it's basically a framework of cryptography that employs many sub things like digital signatures, private keys, public key, certificate authority. Well, what is certificate authority? So certificate authority is a third party organization that have been widely accepted as reliable for ensuring key security. In the same way, let's consider this. All of you might have heard of the University of Harvard or Stanford or MIT or Oxford, Cambridge. These are some renowned institutes. Now, if there is a YouTube channel of a person who is who's teaching some things which are taught in the same way, exactly same way in the Harvard University, and he says that I'll give you a certificate, and this is a valid certificate. You can show this certificate and you'll get a job. And let's say there's a guy who already has a certificate from the Harvard University. Okay, he doesn't have the certificate from this guy who's teaching on YouTube, but he has a university from Harvard. He has that degree. So what do you think? People will trust which degree the most? Even though both the persons have same knowledge, both the people have same knowledge, which degree is more trustable? Obviously the one from Harvard, because they are established universities which have been widely accepted by many students in giving the certificate. In the same way, certificate authorities are entities or organizations which have been widely accepted as the status quo. For example, if Harvard says this guy is a legitimate engineer, then that guy is a legitimate engineer. In the same way, if certificate authorities give certificate to Alice, then she is Alice. They have verified her identity, and no one is going to doubt that, because these certificate authorities are very highly functioned organizations. They have detailed processes, and there is no wrongdoing in those organizations. No process is just a simple process. They all have a detailed framework, and many operations and processes take place to make certificate authorities work. So PKI is a combination of all such things which makes the working of digital signatures possible. So you can consider digital signatures as actual signatures just sent over the email. So instead of you signing the document and then posting it overseas, you have to just attach your digital signature. Now the next obvious question in mind would be, well, what is a digital signature? What exactly does it look like? Or how do I say a document has a digital signature? Well, obviously, I have a new lecture on that. So, without wasting any time, in the next lecture, we'll have a good talk about the working of digital signatures. So, and it's a warning for you that if you have forgotten about public key encryption, which is asymmetric encryption and hashing, I would request you to please revise those topics, because digital signatures do make use of asymmetric encryption and hashing. All right, in the next lecture we'll see the working of digital signatures. In the last lecture, we talked about the digital signatures. Now, let us have a practical look at how digital signatures work. The reason I have used graphics here and animations is for you to understand, because I'm a man of pragmatism, and I believe in using practical things to demonstrate. I'm not just going to write out points and let you read them. So again, this is our dear friend Bob. He has a document, and now he wants to send this document over email to Alice, obviously his friend. And now he wants Alice to believe that Bob has signed the document. Let's say this is a contract and Bob has signed the contract. So Bob has to attach his digital signature. So how is the process? So this is the original document. Okay, you're on the same page, everyone. Now what Bob does is Bob hashes this original document. And even though the document is of 5 pages, 11 pages, 200 pages, or 1 page, output of SHA 256 is going to be of a fixed length. So this is the hash of this document. And now what Bob does is Bob encrypts this hash with his own private key. All right, he's not going to encrypt with Alice's public key, because this time Alice wants to check if the document I have received is from Bob's and if Bob has signed. So if Alice is able to unlock this document or unlock this hash value with help of Bob's public key, then only she'll believe that this document has been sent over by Bob. So what Bob does is Bob encrypts this hash of this document. So Bob encrypts this hash of this original document here. And what he does is he gets an encrypted hash value. So, and this is the digitally signed document. So digitally signed document is a combination of the original document and the encrypted hash. So when you attach the original document along with the encrypted hash and then send it over to someone, that is known as a digitally signed document. Okay, now let's have a look at this scenario. So now Alice has received the digitally signed document from Bob, and now Alice wants to know if Bob is the one who has sent and signed the document. So along with the digital signed document, she knows that it's a combination of original document and it's a combination of encrypted hash. As I told you a couple of minutes ago, that if now this encrypted hash is this is an encrypted hash. So if she wants to get the original hash, she has to decrypt the hash. Since Bob has encrypted this hash with his private key, and we know that asymmetric encryption works if something is encrypted with private key and decrypted with public key, or vice versa, of the same person. So now since this hash is encrypted with Bob's private key, Alice has to find out his public key, which is publicly available. So what she does first is she has got the original document. So she again uses the same SHA-256 algorithm to generate a hash value. Okay, so now see, she has this hash value over here, and again she uses Bob's public key to get the hash which was sent by Bob of the original document. So now if these two hashes match, okay, so if these two hashes match, then Alice can say that the document has been digitally signed by document. Obviously, because see, this is the hash value of the document which was first sent by the Bob. Let's go down to back previous slide over here. So we can see Bob has hashed the original document over here, and this is the hash value which he has encrypted. So Alice is just following the reverse process of this. She's just following the reverse process of what Bob had done earlier. So this is the way in which digital signatures work, and if these two hash values are exactly same, we can say that Bob is the one who has signed the document digitally. I hope my explanation with graphics was pretty clear. If you have any doubts, please feel free to ask. I will be happy to answer your questions. And if not, I don't think you'll get a pretty clear explanation out there about digital signatures, but this is the best possible explanation that I've given to you. All right. So in the next lecture, we'll talk about SSL, that is Secure Sockets Layer. I will see you in the next lecture. All right, we are almost going to end this wonderful section of cryptography. So this is the second last lecture, and in the next lecture we'll obviously talk about the certificate authority. So what is actually SSL? Well, SSL stands for the Secure Sockets Layer. Now this is actually a protocol which works at the application layer of the OSI model and the TCP/IP model, that is the network model. So if you have knowledge about networking, you might have heard of SSL. Basically, SSL was developed by Netscape for managing the security of messages. So whatever you send over the internet, obviously it should be protected from hackers who are about to carry out some sniffing of your messages. Now SSL uses the RSA algorithm, which is the public key algorithm, to encrypt the data. So we have seen RSA algorithm previously in this section. It's basically it's a measure taken to protect data, whatever you are sending over to the internet. So the first step is actually client installs or client messages the server to initiate a communication. All right, it's similarly to a man-to-man conversation. Someone has to initiate the conversation, so the client initiates the conversation for the SSL or TLS. TLS stands for Transport Layer Security. SSL and TSL work together. Again, TLS is a protocol which is actually used to establish a secure connection. So SSL is used for secure sending, but TLS is used for establishing the secure connection between the sender and receiver. So once client initiates the SSL or TLS communication, server sends back an encrypted public key certificate. So what is a certificate we have seen? Now client checks the certificate, it creates and then sends the encrypted key back to the server. So you have to send a confirmation message so that the server will also know that you have got the certificate. Again, server decrypts the key and delivers the encrypted content with the key to the client. And again, client decrypts the content, completing the SSL and TLS handshake. Again, it's public key encryption where you encrypt with something and you decrypt with another key, basically for secure sharing of messages. A TLS handshake allows the client and server to authenticate each other. So selecting the encryption algorithm, the proper encryption algorithm, and you have to exchange the key as we have discussed here prior to the exchange of data. So before you exchange any actual data, you have to exchange the keys. So here you can see that server has the key right here, and the server first sends an encrypted public key. This is how SSL works and TLS works. And in the last lecture of this section, we are going to talk about certificate authority. It's going to be a very short lecture of 2 to 3 minutes. You just have to understand what exactly is a certificate authority. All right. This is the last lecture of this wonderful section of cryptography. So let us conclude this section by starting with certificate authority. Now, who is a certificate authority? Certificate authority is an organization which issues a digital certificate to its user. So it's the topmost organization in any digital security which has the ability to authenticate a user based on certain verification of credentials. So certificate authority is one who assures the identity of a person. So basically they take some sort of verification and then they issue the digital certificate to the person stating that, okay, I have identified the person. So now let us consider we have our friend Bob over here, and this is the certificate authority right over here. So Bob wants to get verified from this certificate authority. So in order to get verified and get a digital certificate from him, he sends his public key to the certificate authority. He will never send his private key because his private key is his own belonging and he should never share it to anyone, even if it's the certificate authority. Bob sends this public key to certificate authority. Now certificate authority asks Bob for some verification type things, and once they have verified Bob, they issue the digital certificate to Bob. So now Bob has the digital certificate from this authority, and therefore Bob can use this digital certificate for signing different documents. And so if someone wants to check the legitimacy, so if Bob has to send some documents to Alice, Alice can simply see if the digital certificate is valid, and if it is valid, she has no option but to trust, because after all, this digital certificate has been issued by a legitimate certificate authority. There are many authorities. There is a hierarchy of authority, and we'll try to include some practical based on digital signatures as well. So if you want to know more, stay tuned. Keep on checking the content every month. There will be some sort of new additions as well. So apart from this, I really enjoyed you teaching this wonderful section. So I don't know if there are any more lectures in front, because my team is constantly working to deliver new content. So I'll not say this is the last lecture of this course, but again, all the very best. If it is the last lecture, all the very best for your future. And if you have any doubts regarding your careers, you can always ask through the Q&A section. I'm free to support you. All right, so all the best. Keep moving forward and keep learning. It's been a great pleasure teaching you cybersecurity. So let us begin with a brand new section. In this chapter, I'll tell you all about the networking devices I've introduced so far. You must have heard the word names of hubs, routers in previous lessons, and you might have wondered what these devices actually mean. Well, in this section, I'll get into much greater detail about each and every device. And yes, I'm going to present even more of them to you in this entire section of networking devices. Now, because all the components that you will learn about shortly are typically found in today's networks and internetwork, it's very important for you to be familiar with them. We'll start by covering the more common network devices that you would most likely come across, and then move on to discuss some of the most specialized common devices that you may or even may not find running in a network. I'll finish this section by using examples on how to discuss routers, hubs and switches work within the internetworking models. By now, you should be fairly savvy regarding the various types of network media and connections. So it's time to learn about some of the devices they'll hook up are commonly found on today's network. First, I'll define the basic terms, then later in this section, I'll show you how these devices actually work within a network. At that time, I'll give you more detailed descriptions of these devices and the terminologies associated with them. Now, because these devices connect network entities, they are known as connectivity devices. Now, here's a list of the devices that I'll be teaching throughout this section. First is the network interface card, that is the NIC. Then we'll talk about hub, bridge, basic switch, routers, and firewalls, which are more important in today's network. Then we will learn about IDS, IPS, and HIDS. Don't worry about their full forms. I'm going to tell you the full forms in these upcoming sections. Access points, wireless range extenders. Since in today's world wireless networks have become more important, we are going to talk about wireless range extender, and then DHCP server. So I hope you find this section very interesting, and I would like to tell you that please do not skip a single lecture of this entire course, because we have worked day and night to make this course as simple as possible for you, and we have explained all these examples with terms and terminologies in a very simple manner. So let us get started with the first networking device, that is the network interface card. Those of you aren't familiar with the network interface cards probably want to be at this point. So here goes. A network interface card NIC is installed in your computer to connect or interface your computer to the network. It provides the physical, electrical, electronic connections to the network media. The network interface card is a layer 2 device, that is, it works at the data link layer. Do you remember we have seen the data link layer in the OSI model? Right. So the network interface card is known as a layer 2 device because the information it uses for communication, the MAC address, it resides on data link layer. A network interface card is either an expansion card or is built right into the computer's motherboard. Today, almost all NICs are built into the computer motherboard, providing a speed of around 1000 megabits per second. Now make sure that this is megabits per second and not megabytes per second. We have seen the differences in earlier sections. Nowadays, most PCs and laptops of all types come with an Ethernet and wireless connector built into the motherboard. So you usually do not need a separate interface card. It's rare to find a laptop today without a built-in wireless network card, but you can buy an external wireless cards for desktops and laptops if you've got the legacy equipment that needs them. So long story short, in short, you need to just remember that a network interface card is a kind of a chip which is installed in your computer that allows you to connect your computer to the network. Now how this chip works and how this allows us to connect is not a part of the basic fundamentals of computer networking. It goes more into electronics. You just have to remember the functioning of the network interface card, that is, it is used to connect your PC to the wireless network. The next lecture, we will talk about an interesting device known as the hub. You have heard hub many times from me, so in the next lecture we will explore what a hub actually is. Well, in the previous two lectures we have seen what a network interface card is and the overall devices which we are going to learn in this section. Now it's time to move on to the next device, that is the hub. You have heard hub many times from me throughout this lecture, and in this lecture I will tell you more about a hub. So as you learned earlier, a hub is a device that connects all the segments of the network together in a star topology. So as the hub has no intelligence, it is a layer 1 device. So basically what is a hub? It's a device which is used to connect two or more network segments together. So it acts as a central point. We have seen in the star topology that the central device which connects all the hosts is a hub. Now in that case, the hub was connected to all other computers. Similarly, different network segments can be used to connect together through a hub. Now hub has no intelligence. What does it mean? What is a no intelligence device? Basically, a no intelligence device is a device which does not recognize any frames or data packets that are sent through it. For example, a, consider a network of having 5 PCs, let's say A, B, C, D, and E. Now you need to visualize what I'm telling you. So suppose if A PC wants to send a data packet to frame E. So when the data packet passes through the hub does not recognize that this packet is only intended for frame E. I'm sorry, for host E. It randomly sends the packets to all the hosts, and that is why it is a no intelligence device. Now each device in the network connects directly to the hub through a single cable, and it is used to connect multiple devices without segmenting a network. Any transmission received on one port will be sent out to all other ports in the hub, including the receiving pair for the transmitting device, like I explained a couple of minutes ago. So basically this means that if one station sends a broadcast to all others will receive it, yet on the addressing found on the frame is different and it is intended only for the recipient. Now this arrangement simulates the physical bus that the CSMA CD standard was based upon. Don't worry about these terminologies CSMA and CD. I am going to explain all these in the upcoming lectures. So again, do not skip any lecture. However, if there were 20 users on one PC, and if suppose one computer wants to personally chat with another PC, the entire message gets delivered to all the hosts. This results in the wastage of resources, wastage of electricity, and that is why hub is not used for today's resources, because in today's networks there are around millions of PCs connected to each other, and you don't want the message to be delivered to all other remaining hosts on the network. So what you need to remember about hub is that hub is a no intelligence device, and it is just used to connect all the network segments together. A broadcast sent out by any device on the hub will be propagated to all the devices connected to it. You have to remember this because this might be asked in a question where you have to tell the difference between a hub and a bridge. So in the next lecture, we'll talk more about bridge. In the last lecture, we talked about a hub which basically connects different network segments together. But I also told you that hub is a non-intelligence device, which means it transfers segments packets to all other devices. In this lecture, we are going to talk about a bridge. A bridge, specifically a transparent bridge, is a network device that connects two similar network segments together. Its primary function is to keep traffic separated on either side of the bridge, breaking up the collision domains, as you can see on the screen. Now on the screen you can see that I'll take the example of yes, so you can clearly see laser pointer, yes. So now this segment is, now suppose this laptop wants to communicate with this PC. So if it was a hub here, this laptop would send a packet to this hub, and unnecessarily the hub would transmit the packet to this PC, to this PC, to this PC, and to everyone. So what a bridge does is basically it separates this traffic from this traffic. So you don't need to actually send each and every packet to every other device. Then transmission is allowed to pass through the bridge only if it is intended for the opposite side. For example, if this PC wants to send the packet to this PC, then only the bridge will allow the packet to pass. And that is why sometimes some network professionals also call bridge as an intelligent hub. Basically it is transmitting the packet to and fro in the network. It is the same function as the hub, but in this case bridge is using its mechanism to actually see if that packet is really intended for the opposite side of the network. It just doesn't keep on transmitting random packets to each and every receiver. Now bridge uses MAC address to make forwarding decisions, and hence bridge is considered as a layer 2 device. Now bridge and switch are almost similar, and the term bridge and switch are often used interchangeably because the two devices mostly use the bridging technologies. The past tense is there for a reason. You'd be hard pressed to buy a bridge today, so keep buying bridge. but make sure that you clearly understand the difference between bridge, hub, and a switch. It is really very important that you understand all these differences. Okay, so in the last lecture, we saw that switches are layer 2 devices, which means they segment the network within the MAC addresses. Now, if you see the term layer 3 switch, that means you are referring about a router and not a layer 2 switch, okay? Sometimes routers are also called as layer 3 switches, so don't get confused between them. The term router and the layer 3 switch are interchangeable. Now, what is a router? A router is a network device used to connect many, sometimes disparate network segments together, combining them into what we call the internetwork. That is the internet that you are using today. A well-configured router can make intelligent decisions about the best way to get network data to its destination. So it gathers the information it needs to make these decisions based on the network's particular performance data. Another important thing is routers use IP addresses to make the forwarding decisions. They are considered as layer 3 devices because IP addresses are used at layer 3 and MAC addresses are used at layer 2. Now on the screen you can see a Cisco router, which is a typical device which is used to connect to the internet. Now routers can be multi-facet devices that behave like computers unto themselves with their own complex operating systems. For example, Cisco routers have their own operating system. You can even think of them as CPUs are totally dedicated to the process of routing packets. And due to their complexity and flexibility, you can configure them to actually perform the functions of other types of network devices. Now, routers can have many different names. In the beginning of this lecture, I have told you that router is also known as a layer 3 switch, or it is also known as a multi-layer switch. Remember, if you hear the word switch, it means layer 2 device, okay? If you just hear the word switch, it means layer 2 device. Routers, layer 3 switches, and multi-layer switches mean the same. Now, as you can see on the screen, there is a router which is held to connect two different network segments. I'll make use of the laser pointer here. Yeah, so this is a router which is used to connect this network and this network. So if PC5, if this PC, okay. Now, if this PC wants to transfer the data to, let's say, PC3, so how will it go? It will transfer the data to this packet. Now, since this is a hub, and we have seen that hub transfers data to all other PCs, this data will be forwarded to this all other PCs, and then it will also forward to this PC as well. And after this, the hub sends the data to router. Now, router checks if this data is present for which internetwork. So as the intended data is for route PC3 of the other segment, the router properly routes data to the switch. Now on the switch there is a packet, and in that packet it is destined that it is for PC5. Okay, it is for PC5. So now this switch, now we all know that switch does not broadcast the packet to all other hosts. It simply transfers this packet to PC5. So in this way, the networking device PC5 of segment 1, this is the first segment and this is the second segment. So PC1, PC5 of first segment successfully transferred data to PC3. Now in this diagram while explaining, we understood the concepts of hub and switch. So I hope you are now comfortable with all the three devices: hub, router and switch, right? I hope you understand these devices correctly, because these are the most important devices in any networking, and you must understand the basic difference between all these devices. Now before moving ahead, you can see that I have taken enormous efforts to explain you all the concepts in very basic form. So I request you to please leave a rating for our course, because leaving a rating will also help other students to know about this course. Now, we are not doing this for the money purposes, we are just doing so that you can understand. And if you find out that ours is the only course on computer networking which will explain you in every detail. So if you're enjoying this course, please write us a review. And if you have any grievances, let us know through the question and answer section. We will try to address them as fast as possible. In the next lecture, we will talk about firewalls. Then we'll get to know introduction about IDS and IPS and other devices. Okay, so now let us talk about firewall. You all have heard a word firewall whenever you go to buy a new PC and the person who is going to sell you the PC says that do not forget to install the firewall on your network. Or if you are working in a company, sometimes the website or the application says you are being blocked by a firewall. You cannot access this website. Go back to safe mode. So what exactly is a firewall? Yeah, let's answer this in this lecture. So basically, firewalls are your network's security guards, and to be real, they're probably the most important things to implement on your network. That's because today's networks are almost always connected 24/7 to the internet, a situation that makes security very crucial. A firewall protects your LAN resources from invaders that use internet for unprotected networks while simultaneously preventing all or some of your LAN's computers. Now you can use firewalls to filter packets based on the rules that you or your network administrator create and configure strictly to eliminate the type of packets which are not intended for your PC. For example, let's say you configure your firewall to discard all the packets having the protocol HTTP, which is Hypertext Transfer Protocol, and it is not a secure protocol. Okay, wait, don't get confused. Between HTTP and HTTPS. We are going to see all these protocols in upcoming lectures. For time being, just understand that HTTP and HTTPS are two different protocols, where HTTPS is more secure protocol. So now if you employ a signature or if you employ a rule that says that please discard all the packets that have HTTP, your firewall will not allow a packet entering from the internet having HTTP a protocol. So firewall can operate on multiple layers of the OSI model, and some firewalls can operate up to the application layer, which have a great functionality on your PC. A firewall can either be a standalone black box or a software implementation placed on a server or router. Either way, the firewall will have at least two network connections. One to the internet, that is the public side from where all the data comes to your network, and the other one is the network known as the private side. Now sometimes there is a second firewall as there is a second firewall as you can see on the screen. Now this firewall is used to connect to servers and equipment that can be considered both public and private, like web email servers. I'll show you, just give me a second. And yeah, so as you can see this part here, this is one firewall. This is the first firewall. This is the first firewall. This is the second firewall. In between, there are these servers that need to be protected. Now, these servers are directly accessible to the normal person, but there is a firewall in between. And these servers are also a private property of a company. So the zone between the two different firewalls, okay, this zone is known as demilitarized zone. That is DMZ. That is demilitarized zone. Firewalls are the first line of defense for an internet connected network. Without any place a firewall, any networks that is connected to the internet is essentially wide open to anyone with a little technical savvy who seeks to exploit all the resources. So for example, if you don't have this firewall in place, an attacker here can directly access your servers, and if he's able to exploit one of these servers, he can directly have access to the whole intranet, and in this way your whole internet can get compromised. And that is why firewalls are really very important. In the next lecture, we will have a look at the detection systems, intrusion detection systems, and the prevention systems as well. So they are also a kind of firewalls which protect your network, but they function. There are a couple of differences between firewall and the detection and prevention systems. Let us explore them in the next lecture. In the last lecture, we talked about the firewalls, and I also told you how firewall works. We also had an introduction to the demilitarized zones. In the upcoming sections of these courses, I'm going to explain in brief about the exact working of firewalls, how firewall delivers packets and removes the unwanted scams and all those things. But for this section, for networking devices section, you just have to understand what a firewall is and how it performs. Now, in this lecture, we are going to talk about the intrusion detection system, that is the IDS, and the intrusion prevention system, that is the IPS. Now, note that these two systems are totally different, though they have some similar functionality between them. So what is an IDS? IDS stands for Intrusion Detection System. From the name, you can guess that intrusion detection system. If something is trying to get into your network, this system will detect it and notify you. That's it, you got it. This is the definition of intrusion detection system. If an attacker is trying to enter into your network, IDS will detect it and notify it to you. That is the intrusion detection system. And intrusion prevention system. So now you might have guessed from the definition of intrusion detection system what is an intrusion prevention system, right? So as the name suggests, intrusion prevention system is prevention. Now look at the word prevention. So this device will stop someone or something from entering into your network. That's right. So IDS and IPS are very important in today's networks. They are the network security appliances that monitor the networks and packets for malicious activity. An IDS is considered as a monitor mode device, and it just records and tells you about your problems, whereas an IPS can work in real time to stop threats. So IDS is just like a security guard who is just trying to tell you, right? This person is trying to enter, please do whatever you can. Whereas an IPS can work as a dog, a security dog, which actually prevents or barks on the attacker and stops him from entering into your network. Now, the main difference between the IDS and the IPS is that intrusion prevention system works in line to the actively prevent and block the intrusions that are detected based on the rules you set up. In the last lecture, we had talked about the rule setting in case of the firewalls. The same thing applies here. Intrusion prevention systems can send an alarm or create a correlation rules and remediation. They can drop malicious packets, they can provide malware protection, and reset the connection of offending source hosts. I hope this was clear. If you have any doubts, please feel free to ask us. Now let us have a look at HIDS, Host-Based Intrusion Detection System. What is HIDS? In a host-based intrusion detection system, software runs on one computer to detect abnormalities on that system alone by monitoring applications, system logs, and event logs. Now, HIDS does not directly monitor system network traffic. Also, HIDS are mostly implemented on servers because they are a bear to manage if spread across a large computers on the network. Plus, if HIDS database is on a local computer and its data becomes compromised by an attack, the IDS could be corrupted too. So as far as this lecture is concerned, you just have to remember the full form of IDS, IPS. Then you have to remember the difference between IDS and IPS. And let me again remind you that IPS works in live environment to prevent the malicious activities, whereas IDS just notifies you if there is something malicious happening on your network. Now in the next lecture, we are going to talk about access points. You have heard of access points, but if you're not sure what does that mean, Make sure you understand and attend the next lecture. So let us learn something about access points. Now, before we move ahead with this lecture, I would like to tell you that I'll be covering access points APs in depth in chapter 12 of security in networks, but I'll introduce them here. Understand that an access point, commonly called as an AP through its initials, is just a hub that accepts wireless clients via analog wireless signals, and they access at layer 2, that is the data link layer. Now, it's no secret that wireless is the key to all the networks in the world today. Even you are using your telephone, which is directly wirelessly communicating to the internet through your router. And wireless networks will be more even prevalent in the future when all our home appliances have an IP address and communicate wirelessly to function properly. For example, the ease of communicating on a network using an access point instead of having to use an Ethernet cable has changed our world forever, right? Now, you don't even use Ethernet cables for large networks, right? There are wireless access points or routers in place, and most probably in today's world, everything around us is directly connected through access points. Now, you can see on the screen, access points is allowing that PC to connect to the local area network. So yeah, in short, that PC is using the Ethernet, that is the internet, for accessing resources on the web, and access point plays an important role. So instead of connecting a LAN cable to the actual joining main cable, the laptop just has to connect to the wireless access point and it's done. So for example, if you are sitting in on the first floor, and if the access point or the router and the LAN cable is on the second floor, you would have to use access point in between so that you can directly connect to the internet through the access point. Now, if access point was not present, you have to pull out a long cable and insert to the main Ethernet cable to actually use the internet. I hope you have a clear picture of why access points are really important and how they have changed the world by allowing many users trying to connect to the local area network. They can connect now in one single click. The wireless client modulates a digital signal to an analog signal, which the access point can read and demodulate back into the digital signal. The access point creates one collision domain and can only run in half duplex, which is where you can describe access point like a hub. In the next lecture, we will talk about wireless range extender, and then in the later part of this section, we will talk about the different contention methods commonly used in the internet. Now, before moving ahead with the contention methods, you first need to understand what a wireless range extender is. What can you guess? I'll give you 5 seconds to answer or think. Think from the name, what is a wireless range extender? Yeah, so if we guess that this device is used to extend the range of the device, then you're probably right. In some cases, you need the VLAN to extend further than the technology in use is designed to deliver. In that case, we can deploy what is called a range extender. Now, these are radios and antennas that operate in the same frequency or channel and receive the signal as the station would, and then retransmit it in the direction you desire your clients that are out of the reach of the original access point. For example, as you can see on the screen here, I'll just mark it. Yeah. So if you can see in the screen, this person is using an internet network, but this guy wants to use the network. But the range of this access point is only till here. It does not extend further. The range is here, blocking here. So what to do? Now they have installed a wireless range extender here. You can see I've marked it with green color. Yes. So now what this wireless range extender does is catches this frequency and then re-emits in all the parameter available. So now this person here can access the Wi-Fi or the internet of this room. So in short, wireless range extenders are basically used to extend the range of the original access point so that the anyone who is out of range of the original access point can access the internet without any issues. This is all for range extender. In the next lecture, we will see what is meant by a contention method, and we will have introduction to two main contention methods that you must understand in computer networking. Because it is impossible for wireless stations to detect collisions, a contention method is required to arbitrate access to the network. This method is the CSMA-CA method, that is collision avoidance method, which is used. Now, it requires a more involved process of checking for existing wireless traffic before a frame can be transmitted wirelessly. The stations must also acknowledge the frames upon receiving the frame or sending the frame. Now, let us have a look at the process of CSMA-CA. Now consider two PCs, laptop A and laptop B, and laptop A has to wirelessly send a frame to laptop B. So before sending, laptop A must check for traffic in two ways, right? First, it performs a carrier sense, which means it listens to see whether any radio waves are being received on its transmitter. So next, if the channel is not clear, the traffic is being transmitted, laptop A will decrement an internal countdown mechanism called the random backoff algorithm, which we have just discussed. This counter will have started counting after the last time this station is allowed to transmit, and all the stations will be counting down their individual timers. Now, if laptop A checks for the carrier sense and then there is no traffic and its timer hits 0, it will send the frame and the frame is received to the access point. Now the access point sends an acknowledgement back to the laptop A saying that it has received a frame from laptop A. Until that acknowledgement is received by laptop A, all other stations must remain silent. This is very important. Unless and until the laptop A receives acknowledgement from the access point that, hey dude, I have received your frame, so I'll do my work now. Now, till this conversation, all other stations on the network must remain silent. The access point will cache the frame where it already may have other cached frames that need to be relayed to other stations. Each frame that the access point needs to relay must wait its turn to send the frame using the same mechanism that we have seen. Now, when the frame's turn comes up in the cache queue, the frame from laptop A will be relayed to laptop B. And laptop B sends an acknowledgement back to the access point saying that, hey dude, I have received an acknowledgement, I have received a frame from you, so this is the acknowledgement. And all other stations must again remain silent. So this was the working of CSMA-CA method, contention method for wireless networks. Now, if you haven't understood the working, I recommend you to go back and see the video again so that you have a clear shot at CSMA-CA method. Again, if you have any doubts, please feel free to ask us in the Q&A section where we'll try to answer your questions within 48 hours. And again, if you're enjoying this course, I really request you to please leave a rating for our course. You can see the rating tab on the right hand top corner of your laptop or a website if you're using a laptop machine. In the next lecture, we will see a different contention method which is used for a wired network, and I hope you understand the difference between these two mechanisms. In the previous two lectures, we have discussed the contention method of carrier sense MA and along with collision avoidance. And in this, we will see carrier sense multiple access with collision detection. Let's look at the difference between them. What is CSMA/CD? When the device sending the frame is transmitting onto a wired network, the CSMA-CD contention method is used. This method is somewhat more efficient because it is possible for wired computers to detect collisions while wireless stations cannot detect it. Now, when a host's or a router's interface needs to send a frame, it checks the wire and if no traffic is detected, it sends it without checking a random backoff timer. However, it continues to listen, and if it detects that a collision has occurred, it sends out a jam signal. Okay, it sends out a jam signal that requires all the stations to stop transmitting. Then the two computers that were involved in the collision will both wait a random amount of time, that is a random backoff algorithm, and the counters will decrement to 0. So instead of using a random break-off algorithm every time a transmission occurs, Ethernet uses its ability to detect collisions and uses this timer only when required, which makes the process more efficient. I hope you have an overview of CSMA CD. In the next lecture, we'll discuss the operation of CSMA CD like we have discussed the operation of CSMA CA method. Okay, great. In the last lecture, we have seen the introduction to carrier sense multiple access with collision detection, which is mostly used in the wired network, and CSMA CA is used for wireless networks. Now, how does CSMA CD really works? Well, the contention method is used in Ethernet, and the mechanism it helps to minimize, but it does not eliminate collisions. I have already said in the previous lecture. Now, the first step is when a device needs to transmit, it checks the wire. If the transmission is already under the way, the device can tell. This is called as carrier sense. Now, why did I use the word wire? Because in this lecture, in this contention method, the medium is actually the wire. Whereas in the CSMA CA method, the medium was wireless medium. Second step, if the wire is clear, the device will transmit even as it is transmitting, as it performs carrier sense. Okay, so we have finished this step, we have finished this step. Third step, if another host is sending simultaneously, there will be a collision, right? The collision is detected by both the devices through carrier sense. Now both the devices will issue a jam signal. Both the devices will issue a jam signal to all the devices, which indicates them to not transmit any frames. Then both of the devices will increment a retransmission counter. Now this is a cumulative total of the number of times this frame has been transmitted and a collision has occurred. So the counter has a maximum number at which the device aborts the transmission of the frame. And finally, both the device calculate a random amount of time and will wait for that amount of time before transmitting again. Now, in most of the cases, because both the devices choose random amounts of time to wait, another collision will most probably not occur because the time is not same. The time is not same for both the devices, as it can vary, and that is why CSMA CD works perfectly in the wired network. This was all for the contention methods. We have seen two contention methods. To summarize, the two methods are CSMA-CA and CSMA-CD. CSMA-CA works perfectly for wireless networks, and CSMA-CD works best for the wired networks, that is the Ethernet. The CA stands for collision avoidance and the CD stands for collision detection. That's it, folks, for this lecture. In the next lecture, we will have introduction to one of the most important servers in the computer networking history, and that is the DHCP server, that is the Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. I will see you in the next lecture. Okay, so let's start the interesting topic of DHCP server. Even though I'm going to get into the finer points of DHCP in chapter 6, Introduction to the Internet Protocol, where we are going to learn everything about the IP, I just want to give you some basic insight into this service server here. So let us get started. In essence, DHCP server, that is Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, as the name suggests, assigns IP addresses to hosts. Now, this protocol gives us a much easier way to administer by automatically providing the IP information. than the alternative and tedious method of static IP addressing. Now, a DHCP server is configured by the administrator with a pool of addresses which can get some addresses of the limits. Now, these are called as IP addresses used by the DHCP server. DHCP server isn't on the same segment as the DHCP client, and this is one of the main hitch of the DHCP server. The broadcast won't be received by the server because by default routers will not forward broadcast. Now, this property of router I have already told you in the previous lectures. Now, there's a figure on the screen. I want you to pay complete attention to that figure. Now, in the figure, router A is configured with the IP helper address command on the interface E0 of the router. Let me show you. Router A, here is router A, is configured with address E0 on its interface. Now, router A will forward that request as a unicast, meaning instead of a broadcast, the packet now has destination IP address of the DHCP server. See, this is the DHCP server. So as shown in the figure, you can configure router A to forward these requests and even use multiple DHCP servers for redundancy if needed. You can see here are the multiple DHCP servers. This works because the router has been configured to forward the request to a single server using a unicast or by sending the request to multiple servers via a directed broadcast. So you can see the router is going to forward single request here. Now personally, most of the time I use a Windows server to act as a DHCP server for my entire internet work and have my routers forward the client requests. Now it is possible to have a DHCP server on every network segment, but that is not necessary because of the router's forwarding ability. Now in the next lecture, I'm going to tell you about the DHCP operations, in which you're going to learn if when a device or when a host approaches the DHCP server for an IP address, how is that process exactly takes place in the real internet network. So in the next lecture, let us see the DHCP operations. Okay, in the last lecture, we had an introduction to the DHCP server. And as I said, I'm going to talk about the DHCP server operations in this lecture. So now let us say this PC is your PC. Let me use the pen. Yes, this PC is your PC. And this is the DHCP server. Okay, so now what happens? Now the first step is the DHCP client broadcast the DHCP discover message, which means that the client or the host, in this case, which is your machine, will ask the DHCP server for an IP address. Now, I want to tell you one thing. You would have a question in your mind that why would my PC need an IP address? I already have an IP address. Well, when you log into the internet, your IP address keeps on changing, right? You do not have the one static IP address when you are connected to the internet. Your PC has a separate IP address and a separate MAC address, which is hard-coded MAC address, and the MAC address doesn't change, but your IP can change. So when you connect to a VPN, at that time, what your host does is your host asks the VPN's DHCP server to give you a IP address. Now, the next step is the DHCP server replies with the DHCP offer message saying that, hey, this is the IP address or the pool of IP address which I am giving you. So if you're okay with it, just let me know. This is the IP address. Now your host will say DHCP client responds with DHCP request message. It says, okay, I would like to have this IP address, so please give me this IP address. And finally, the DHCP server completes with DHCP acknowledgement message. And after this step is done, your PC will finally get the IP address. And in this way, DHCP server actually works. Now, if you need to provide address from a DHCP server to hosts that aren't on the same local area network, you can configure your router to relay or forward the DHCP client requests. Don't worry, let me explain you in simple words. For example, let us say you have two networks. Okay, you have two networks. Consider this as the A network and consider this as A network and consider this as the B network. So okay, if there are two networks and your host is here and your DHCP client is here, DHCP server is here, and now you need to provide addresses, but this DHCP server has already been full of the addresses. It doesn't have any more addresses. So what you do is you take you want addresses from this DHCP server, okay, but this is in another network and you are here. So what would you do? Now you will contact this DHCP server for pool of addresses, but this DHCP server says that, hey, I don't have any more addresses as the addresses are full. So what is DHCP relay is actually this server transfers the requests or basically forwards the request to this server here, and therefore in this way this DHCP server can respond back to this server, and then this server can respond back to you to get your IP address. This entire process is called as DHCP relay or DHCP forward. Okay, congratulations. I'm really proud that you have made till this lecture, and it takes real enthusiasm and real motivation to do. Now, till now, we have completed the major networking devices that will be required in your coursework or during your interview preparations. In the next lecture, we will have an introduction to other network devices which also exists, and I'm pretty sure that no other course on the internet or on any other platform will teach you these other devices. So it's my humble request that if you're really enjoying this course, I would just expect a rating from your side. It almost takes only 30 seconds to give a rating. That's all instructors can expect from you. And if you motivate us, your feedback really motivates us to do more courses. So in the next lecture, we are going to start or have an introduction to the other network devices that are really very important from networking point of view. Okay, great. Now, in addition to the other networking devices that we have already seen, there are other specialized devices which are really important in computer networking. Now, you have to actively participate in moving the network data, and these devices help pretty much while you're transferring data from one point to another point. Well, the first device that we're going to see is multi-layer switch. Then we are going to talk about what is a load balancer. Now, multi-layer switch, you know what is multi-layer switch, I don't need to tell you. Then it is DNS server, you have heard the domain name system. Then proxy server, which we all use when downloading different things. Then encryption devices, analog modem, packet shaper, VPN concentrator, media converter, and VoIP endpoint. VoIP is basically voice over internet protocol. Now make sure that I'm not going to go into very detail of this network devices, but I'm just going to give you an overview so that if anyone asks you, hey, please tell me what is a proxy server, you will surely be able to answer all those questions. So let us get started with the multi-layer switch. Okay, so in this lecture, we are going to talk about multi-layer switch and load balancer. So this is a multi-layer switch. You can see on the screen, it has multiple layers. A multi-layer switch, MLS, is a computer networking device that switches on open systems interconnection, that is OSI layers, layer 2, that is the data link layer. It is like an ordinary network switch, but it provides routing. A 24-port multi-layer switch gives you the best of both worlds. It operates at layer 3 while providing 24 collision domains, which a router could not do. 24 collision domains, which means 24 different ports and 24 different domains, so that there can be minimal or less collision avoidance. Now, the major difference between the packet switching operation of a router and that of a layer 3 or a multi-layer switch lies in the physical implementation. In routers, packet switching takes place using a microprocessor, whereas layer 3 switch handles this by using application specific integrated circuit, that is ASIC hardware. On the screen there is a picture of layer 3 switch. You can see that they look like a layer 2 switches, but they are multi-layers, and the major difference lies in the hardware inside of the multi-layer switch and the operating system. Now, what is a load balancer? From the name you can guess that this device might be reducing the load. Well, you are right. Your average router just sends incoming packets to the specified correlative IP addresses on the network. But a load balancer can actually send the incoming packets to multiple machines hidden behind one IP address. Cool, right? I mean, it really reduces the load. Today's load balancing routers follow various rules to determine specifically how they will route network traffic. Depending upon your needs, you can set rules based on the least load, fault tolerance, fastest response time, or you can end up just dividing outbound requests for smooth network operation. Think about this scenario, okay? Say you have a website where people are placing orders for the stuff you have got for sale. Obviously, the orders placed vary in size and the rate at which they come in also varies. You definitely wouldn't want your servers becoming so overloaded that they hose up and crash your site, causing you to lose a hell lot of money. Now, what would you do? That's where the load balancing of the traffic comes into picture. Because even if one of the servers freezes, your customers will still be able to access your site and place orders. That is why in today's world, sites like Google, Amazon, Apple, or IBM, there are a hell lot of examples which actually use load balancers because they have a lot of visitors coming from all over the globe. Just imagine Amazon, how it might be handling the requests that are coming throughout the globe, right? With the help of load balancer. You got it right. In the next lecture, we are going to talk about the DNS server, which is one of the most important topics in computer networking. Let us start with domain name service server, that is a DNS server. Now, what is a DNS server? A domain name service DNS server is one of the most important servers in your work and the internet as well. Now, why it is so important? Because without a DNS server, you would have to type http // IP address instead of simply entering www.google.com. So it allows that you can pretty much think of the DNS system as the phone book of the internet, right? It is better to remember the names than to remember IP addresses. So DNS server consists of a host name, that is a device which has an IP address. And on the internet, it is a part of what is known as a fully qualified domain name, FQDN. So basically, FQDN is a combination of host name and domain name. And the process of finding the IP address for any given host name is known as the name resolution process. As the name suggests, you give the name and the web server or the DNS server specifically will return the IP address that is associated with that name. That is known as the name resolution. Now, which are the top level domains in use? Now, on the internet, domains are arranged in a hierarchical tree structure. The following list includes some of the top level domains in current use. .com is a commercial organization. Amazon.com, Google.com, Microsoft.com, Apple.com. Then .edu is an educational establishment such as a university. Stanford.edu, MIT.edu, then California University.edu. .gov. It is a branch of the US government, but in your country specifically, let's consider the example of India from where I am. www.passport.gov.in. You have seen that after .gov sometimes there are initials of your country, which means that under .government it is the domain is given for specifically for your country. Then is .int, an international organization such as NATO or United Nations. .net. .net is a network organization, and .org is a non-profit organization. Now, your local internet service provider is probably a member of the .net domain, because the internet service provider comes under the network organization, and your company, or let's say if you're working in a company, then you come under the part of .com. And if you are studying in a university, and if your university has a website, they come under an educational establishment. In other parts of the world, the final part of the domain represents the country in which the server is located. For example, .ca for Canada, .jp for Japan, .uk for Great Britain, and .in for India. Now, well over 130 countries are represented on the internet. But for most of the websites that you have seen on the internet, the .com domain is by far the largest, followed by the .edu domain. So .com is the largest domain, followed by the .edu domain. So this is first, this is second. And there are over 130 countries throughout the globe. There are, so for example, www. Let's say google.in. So what does this .in means? What does this .in means? It means that this server is located the server of Google is located in India. So whenever someone from India accesses or tries to ask a query on Google, the request is forwarded to the server that is located in the Indian subcontinent, okay? Now, in the next lecture, we'll have an introduction to the different record types, and I'll tell you what a record means in the DNS server. Okay, in the last lecture, we had a brief introduction to the DNS server. Now, to complete unqualified domain name service names that will be used to search and submit DNS queries at the client for resolution, you must have a list of DNS suffixes that can be appended to these DNS names. For DHCP clients, this can be set by assigning the DNS domain name option and providing a single DNS suffix for the client to append and use in searches. Now, in this lecture, we are going to talk about the DNS record types. Address mapping record A. Now, host is called an A record, and what it gives is it gives you the IP address of a domain or a host. In IP version 6, it is called a quad or a 4 times A record. Now, your A records, so these records, let me take the pointer. Yeah. So these records resolve the host names to IP addresses. But what happens if you know the IP address and then you want to host name? Well, there is a record for it too. That is a pointer record which formulates back or points back to the name. Now, canonical name record, that is the CNAME record. Now, the CNAME record can be used as an alias to a host name or another host name. When a DNS client requests a record that contains a canonical name which points to another host name, the DNS resolution process is repeated with a new host name. So basically, CNAME is used to, point to another host name, and then this process continues where finally the new host name is obtained. The next is the mail exchanger record, that is the MX record. The MX record points to the mail exchanger for a particular host. Now, DNS is structured so that you can actually specify several mail exchangers for one host. So basically, the MX record is involved in sending and receiving emails through a particular server. Name server records, that is the NS records. Now, NS records specifies that a DNS zone, such as let's say google.com, is dedicated to a specific authoritative name server, and it provides the address of the name server. So what is authoritative name server? Authoritative name server is basically, let's say www.google.com, then Google is the authoritative name server, .com is the root level server. We have seen the different domains or the different .com designations in the last lecture, and I have told you that the domains, that is top level domains, or the root level domains, and .com is one of the root level domain, and therefore authoritative name server is Google. Reverse lookup pointer records allows a DNS resolver to provide an IP address and receive a host name. So what a record does basically, what this record does is basically you give the name and it will return an IP address. Okay, it will return an IP address. But in case of this reverse lookup pointer, you give an IP address, so it allows the DNS resolver to provide an IP address and receive a host name. So it's a vice versa process. The next is certificate record, that is the cert record. Now the certificate record stores encryption certificates, for example PKIX, that is public key infrastructure, SPK, PGP, and so on. Now when you go to www.google.com in the browser, in the web bar, suppose this is the web bar and here is www.com, there is a small lock here, okay, if the certificate or if this website is protected. When you click here, there is a box which tells you that certificate is stored. Now where is this certificate stored? The certificate is actually stored in the certificate record. Okay. Next is service location, that is the SRV record. SRV record is a generalized service location record which is used for newer protocols instead of creating protocol specific records. Then is the TXT records. TXT records are used to provide authentication of mail sent and received by the same email system. It basically works on the sender receiver policy. For example, if any one of you has created a website or they host the website, they might be knowing that when you want to verify your website, you have to add the TXT record in place, and you have to verify the TXT record after a certain point from the original server, and then if that is verified by the mail exchanger, then only you are allowed to send and receive third-party emails on your server. The next is the SOA record, that is the start of authority. Now this record appears at the beginning of the DNS zone file and it indicates the authoritative name server, for example Google, for the current DNS zone. It also provides the contact details for the domain administrator, domain serial number, and information on how frequently DNS information for the zone should be refreshed. Now in the next lecture, I'm going to discuss about the different types of DNS and external and internal DNS. But before going ahead, we are going to use a DNS dumpster, that is dumpster practical, where you will find how to calculate or how to find out the information from a domain name server. It's a great practical and I recommend you to not skip the practical. I will see you in the next lecture. Now let us move on to the last lecture of the DNS server. In this lecture, we are going to see the different types of the DNS. Now the first type is the dynamic DNS. At one time, all the DNS records had to be manually entered into the DNS server and then edited manually when changes occurred. For example, earlier, let's say there were 10 websites and there were 10 domain names and there were 10 IP addresses. It was simple at that time, right? But today there are millions of websites on the internet and the DNS administrator can't just add and remove and delete and update the DNS records manually. It is a hell lot of tedious tasks to do all those things manually. And therefore today, domain name server is a dynamic server and works in a consort with DHCP function. Hosts register their names with the DNS server as they receive their IP address configuration from the DHCP server. Some older operating systems are not capable of self-registrations, for example Windows NT, but the DHCP server can even be configured to perform the registration on behalf of these clients with the DNS server. This doesn't mean that manual records cannot be created if desired. In fact, some of the record types that we have discussed should be created manually. That is the MX record and the CNAME record. That is the canonical name record. The next type of the DNS is internal and external DNS. DNS servers can be located in the demilitarized zone we have seen earlier or inside the intranet, as you can see on the screen. When located in the demilitarized zone, the DNS server should only contain the records of the devices that are placed inside the DMZ. Implementing separate internal and external DNS servers might require you to include external resource records. Now, you need to know this when the Active Directory forest root uses the same DNS name as the external network, or when you want to reference the externally accessible resources by their true IP addresses. Well, don't worry, this is a lot of things. You actually don't need to know the different types of DNS. I just told you because it is my duty to provide all the knowledge that is required for you to crack your interviews. Well, that's it folks. We have successfully completed the networking devices of DNS servers. Wait. There are other networking devices as well, but those are pretty simple and you just need to understand the basic working behind them. Again, if you're really enjoying this course, I would like to request you to please rate our course, and I'm waiting for your rating to be appeared on the screen. So in the next lecture, I will tell you of one of the most interesting servers that we keep using all the time, that is the proxy server. Okay, so now that we have completed the domain name system server, that is the DNS server, now let us move on to the proxy server. A proxy server is basically a type of a server that handles its client machine requests by forwarding them onto other servers while allowing granular control over the traffic between the local area network and the internet. Now when it receives a request, the proxy server will then connect to the specific server that can fulfill the request for the client that wants it. A proxy server operates at the application layer. So a proxy server operates at the application layer. Well, that went far away. Let me just erase it and I'll try to draw a straight line this time. So application layer. Okay, yeah, fine, that's it. Sometimes now the proxy server modifies the client's request or a server's response to it, or even it handles the client request itself. So it modifies the client request. Now it will actually cache or remember the specific server that would have normally been contacted for the request. Now basically a proxy server helps in limiting the availability of sites that user can access. For example, let's say this is your machine, this is the proxy server, and you want to communicate through this server. Okay, this is the server. Now what will proxy server do in this case is it will now, instead of forwarding the directly to request to this, what your machine using the proxy server does is first you transfer the request to the proxy server, and then the proxy server transfers the request to the main server. So it acts as in between. In case of ethical hacking also, proxy server plays an important role, because in ethical hacking we use a tool called as Burp Suite, which is actually a proxy modifier. It acts as a proxy, and instead of sending the request directly to the main server, the Burp Suite captures the request from the client, and then we can modify the request to test the vulnerabilities present in the direct server. Now make sure that there are three major types of proxy servers. So the first type is, okay, so let me choose the pen. Yeah, the first type is web proxy server. Now, a web proxy server is usually used to create a web cache. You experience this when you Google a site you have visited before, right? The web proxy remembers you, and the site not only loads faster, it sometimes even recalls your personal information by automatically filling in your username. You can try this. Just visit to amazon.in or amazon.com and fill your details and quit. And after some time, again try to visit the same site. The details get auto-filled. The next is caching proxy server. A caching proxy server is basically a server which speeds up the network's service requests by recovering information from a client's earlier request. Now, caching proxies keep local copies of the resources requested often, which really helps in minimizing the upstream use of bandwidth. These servers can greatly enhance the network performance. And finally, the last type of the proxy server is reverse proxy server. Now, I would like to mention one more thing about reverse proxy server is that unlike the forward proxy server, that is a normal proxy server, a reverse proxy takes requests from the internet and forwards them to servers in an internal network, whereas the forward proxy we discussed in this lecture takes client requests and then sends them to internet. Earlier, I mentioned a tool called as Burp Suite. I guess you must have listened. Yeah. So Burp Suite acts as forward proxy as well as reverse proxy. Now, if you want to learn more about Burp Suite, do not forget to check our ethical hacking course and bug bounty courses, in which you'll gain complete knowledge of how to hunt bounties and earn rewards. My students have earned in thousands and dollars of rewards. Even I am a bug bounty hunter, but mostly I do as auditing this current, it will pass for 2 to 3 years. But yes, bug bounty hunting is a growing field. I've done a lot of bounties I've earned and helped clients. But yeah, again, not going far away from the subject, if you want to know more about proxy servers, how they are used in ethical hacking, do not forget to check our course. That's it for a proxy server. I hope you have a basic idea. So a proxy server is basically a server which acts as a middleman. Instead of trying to communicate directly to the main server, you communicate to the main server through a proxy server. Now, in the next lecture, we are going to talk about encryption devices which are used in the internet network. Okay, now let us talk something about the encryption devices. Although a number of the devices we have discussed earlier can perform encryption services, there are dedicated appliances that can perform encryption as well. The advantage of using these devices is that they normally provide more choice of encryption methods and stronger encryption options. They also offload the process from other devices like routers and services, which has a good thing because encryption and decryption process is a very tedious, intensive process, and it involves other functions that routers and servers might not be performing. Sometimes these devices are called as encryption gateways. As you can see on the screen, this is an encryption appliance. They can either sit in the line with a local server and encrypting and decrypting all the traffic, or they can function as an appliance or application server encrypting any file that is sent to them within a network. Now you can see the examples of the encryption devices on your screen. While an encryption appliance is dedicated to encryption, a content filtering appliance scans the content of what goes through it and filters out specific content or content types. Now, dedicating a device to this process offloads the work from the servers or routers that could do this, but at a cost of greatly slowing the devices. Also, there is usually more functionality and granular control available with a dedicated appliance, and that is why we employ encryption devices in our network. Email is a good example of what you might run through one of these devices to filter out spam and objectionable content before the email is delivered. Another example of the use of a content filter might be to block basic websites based on the content of the web pages rather than on the basis of the URL or IP address. An example of a dedicated content or URL filtering application from a security point of view is shown on the screen, that is the DNA 120 rare view. In the next lecture, we will talk about analog modem. So I hope this lecture was pretty clear. The basic function of the encryption devices is to encrypt and prevent the data from malicious use or to just filter out packets. That's it. Now in the next lecture, we'll talk something about the analog modem. So now in this lecture, I'm going to explain in short about analog modem, packet shaper and VPN concentrator. Now for this course, you do not need to know in detail of these working of these devices. You just need to know what and how these devices work and what are they basically used for. So what is an analog modem? A modem, that is a modulator and a demodulator, a combination of these both. So a modem is a device that modulates an analog carrier signal to encode digital information and then demodulates the signal to decode the transmitted information. I gave you an example of this when I explained the access points earlier in the section, because an access point modulates and demodulates a signal just like a modem. Figure on the screen shows a current analog modem that can be used here in today's network, although it's slow throughput. So in short, the goal of analog modem is to produce a signal that can be transmitted easily and decoded to reproduce the original data back. These signals are transmitted over telephone lines and demodulated by another modem at the receiver side in order to read the digital data. Now, because modems connect to phone lines, the location and installation of these devices is fairly cut and dried. It will have to have a near phone line with one end connected to the phone line and another to a computer or modem bank. The analog modem operates at layer 1, that is the physical layer, just like a repeater. Next is the packet shaper. Now, packet shaping, also known as traffic shaping, is a form of rate limiting and internet traffic management technique that delays some or all the packets to bring them into a compliance with you or your company's traffic profile. The figure on the screen shows a dedicated packet shaper from a Blue Coat, a company Blue Coat. So yeah, this process is to use to optimize the guaranteed performance, improve latency, or increase usable bandwidth for some kinds of packets by delaying other kinds decided on by you. And the last device of this lecture is going to be VPN concentrator. A VPN concentrator is a device that accepts multiple VPN connections from remote locations. Now, although this function can be performed by a router or a server, as with the encryption gateways and content filtering devices discussed earlier, the same performance benefits can be derived from a specific device should be dedicated to this. And this device is nothing but the VPN concentrator. Moreover, additional functionality usually comes with these devices, one of which is shown in the figure on your screen. Well, that is it. I hope you understand the meaning of analog modem, which is used to modulate and demodulate a signal. Then packet shaper is to limit the number of packets, and VPN concentrator is to provide the VPN connections from remote locations, multiple VPN connections from remote locations. Well, that's it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we are going to see about the media converters and voice over internet protocol modems, that is the VoIP devices. Well, now in this lecture, we are going to talk about the media converters and next generation firewalls. We have actually talked about firewalls in the earlier sections, but I had kept next generation firewalls, that is NGFW, for this lecture. Okay, so media converters are used when you need to convert one type of cabling to another type. This might be required to convert from one type of fiber to another or from Ethernet to fiber. For example, a figure on your screen shows an Ethernet to fiber conversion box. Obviously, the location of these devices depends on where the conversion needs to take place. Media converters operate at layer 1, that is the physical layer. Now, the next is next generation firewall, that is NGFW. Next generation firewalls are a category of devices that attempt to address traffic inspection and application awareness shortcomings of a traditional stateful firewall without hampering the performance. Now, although devices also attempt to address these issues, they need to use a separate internal engine to perform individual security functions. Well, this means a packet may be examined several times by different engines to determine whether it should be allowed into the network. Now, next generation firewalls are application aware, which means they can distinguish between specific applications instead of allowing all the traffic coming in via typical ports. Moreover, they examine packets only once during a deep packet inspection phase, which is required to detect malware and anomalies. Well, that's it. We have completed all the networking devices that you needed to know for this section. In the next lecture, we will just see the benefits of routers, and finally we'll conclude this section by having a quick recap and what you actually need to remember from this section, and I will tell you about a next section which you're going to study. So I'll see you in the next lecture where we will discuss a few benefits of routers and why do we need routers in our internet network. Now let us conclude this section by talking something about routers. Okay, routers are used to connect together and to route packets of data from one network to another. Cisco has become the de facto standard for routers because of its high quality router products, great selection and fantastic service. Routers by default break up a broadcast domain. Now, breaking up a broadcast domain is important because when a host or a server sends a network broadcast, every device on the network must read and process that broadcast unless you've got a router. So when a router's interface receives this broadcast, it can respond by basically saying thanks but no thanks and discard the broadcast without forwarding it on the networks. Now, even though routers are known for breaking up broadcast domains by default, it's important to remember that they break up collision domains as well. So in short, routers are the devices which break broadcast domains as well as collision domains. Now there are a couple of disadvantages and advantages as well, but first we'll see advantages. Routers do not forward broadcasts by default or multicast packets. Now, routers use logical address in the network layer header. Then routers can use access lists to control security on the type of packets. Routers can provide layer 2 switching, we all know that. So that's it for this lecture. In the next lecture, in the last lecture of this section, we will have a quick recap and summary of what we have seen and learned in this section. I'm super awesome and super proud to tell you that you have finally reached the end of this section of networking devices. Whew, this chapter covered quite a bit of information. You learned the difference between a router, a switch, and a hub, and when to use each one. I also covered some devices that you might find in a network today, but not as often, such as VPN concentrators and content filters. The information I discussed about DNS and DHCP is critical to your success on different exams like Network Plus, CCNA, and many more, and I highly suggest that you revisit those sections because generally questions are being asked on DHCP, DNS, and other things at your interview. I covered how both the DNS and DHCP services work on the network, and I also discussed about the DHCP operations, if you remember. In addition to the most common devices, I discussed the specialized network devices mentioned in the network objectives of the exams. I finished the chapter or the section by discussing collision and the broadcast domains, as well as how would you use a router and the benefits of routers. All of the information in this section is fundamental and you must understand it before moving on to the next chapters or the next sections of this course. So if you have any doubts, I recommend you to please revisit all the sections if you have any doubts. So what do you need to focus on? You need to focus on how DHCP works and its purpose. Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol provides IP configuration information onto hosts. It is important to know how a DHCP client requests information from a server, how a server receives this information, and also how the server responds to the client and with what type of information. Now, I would like to tell you one thing, that whenever I tell you about a quick recap or what you should focus on, it is the mantra that you should always follow while studying computer networking. At the end of each section, I have a quick recap video which will tell you exactly what do you need to focus to get you certified as CCNA or network exam or anything. Only questions on these topics will be asked in your exam, mark my words. Then next, you should understand how DNS works and its purposes. Domain name service is used to resolve human names to IP addresses. Understanding how DNS resolves these names is critical, as is understanding how a DNS query is sent and how a DNS server responds. Then you need to understand the difference between a hub, a switch, and a router. A hub just connects network segments together. A switch or a bridge segments the network using MAC addresses, and a router segments the network using logical addressing, that is the IP address. Switches break up collision domains and routers break up broadcast domains by default. Also remember the different names for a router. A router is also called a layer 3 hardware switch, but it can also be called a multi-layer switch. Then remember the various devices used on networks today and when and how would you use them in different scenarios. And finally, make sure that you understand the working of proxy servers and access points, as these two devices are commonly used in today's internet network.